Are we gonna fucking work this time? Okay, I don't know what the fucking hell's going on. First it said I was streaming when I wasn't. Typical PS5 bullshit. And then I saw the stream on my homepage, which I thought was a little weird. And then shortly thereafter, I'm going on YouTube again, and I just checked through my channel real quick. And apparently the stream ended about 3 minutes. The stream had ended 3 minutes ago before I realized it. It just it still said it was streaming on the PS5, and there's a 46-minute VOD on my channel. So it just ended the stream. So now I'm going to have to look at my YouTube channel every 5 minutes to make sure the stream doesn't just end for no goddamn reason. I don't know what the fuck is happening anymore. Because another thing that happened, and I don't think it captured this, is when I went to examine him, I went to look at the court record, and it wouldn't let me move back and forth, and Emma had disappeared. .45 caliber revolver, very deadly. Paul, I was wondering, what's a caliber and what does the 45 mean, huh? And you want me to tell you it's the size of the barrel. Simply put, the larger the caliber, the bigger the round. The bullet, in other words, bigger bullets do more damage. Well, I'll chalk 1 point up for forensic science. You know it. But it's not 45 inches, right? That'd be too big. What's the unit of measurement they use in science? Well, hush, kids shouldn't ask so many questions. Okay, I think the only thing I missed when the stream ended was me examining his body. So I'll do a quick redo. The body was holding a key ring. I wonder what it could mean. It must mean something. It doesn't look like the kind of sources would use, so the question is, whose key ring is it? Well, you're practically a detective there, Apollo. Practically. I'm glad it brings you so much joy to mock me. And there he just said, oh, there's blood. Looks like he wrote something. Can I save without the fucking stream ending? Christ alive. Things shouldn't be fucking difficult. I'm going to have to keep YouTube open. Because during my 7-hour stream, I didn't once open up my channel to see if I was still streaming. That'd be fucking stupid. That'd be fucking stupid. See, I just opened the stream there, so I apologize if it echoed. But it is streaming. It is working. Now, again, I think that's the only thing I missed during the 3 minutes of time I wasn't streaming. I examined the guitar key, and he's like, whoa, it looks like it'd be for a guitar case. That's it. Not a good fucking day. You always carry that around, do you? It's like Mr. Right. Huh? It's good to never let yourself forget who you are. I'm proud of you. You're up to good work. Come to think of it, why do I carry this around? Well, I suppose that's one compliment it's got me. Sorry, I can't comment on anything not scientifically relevant. I am a forensic scientist after all. A self-styled one, at least. So this is the murder weapon? This revolver's incredibly heavy. Now you got your fingerprints all over it. Nice. It's been fired twice. You can still smell the gunpowder. That's odd. What's odd? Oh, nothing. Hey, no fair. Tell us. It's just something about this revolver seems strange. Strange? What, that there's no, like, residue on it? And that was his gun? That he was going to use for self-defense? And then someone else came in and shot their own gun? I don't fucking know. the victim. Mr. Romain Latouche, was it? He's Memoir's manager and interpreter, apparently. This was his first time in the country. So I'm guessing he didn't know many people here. Doesn't seem likely. Nor can I think of anyone with a motive to murder him. Yeah, except for one person, of course. One person? Who? And what? No one here might have had a motive, but she's from... What are you talking about? Hey, it was Emma's idea. I said nothing. Always with the snacks. He's a big man, or was. I don't think even I would win in a fight with him. Which is why whoever it was used a revolver, I'm guessing. We sent a request to the Borginian embassy for more info on it. The crime. Well, you and I know more about the crime than anyone. You do? That's true. It was us who found the body. What? I guess that's what I miss. That's what I miss for watching the concert. I wish I was watching the concert. Anything would be better than this. Well, we know the crime took place during the concert. And when we heard the shot enter the room, the killer was already gone. What? But that doesn't make sense. You came in when you heard the shot and no one was here. And they leave the room. The window is a little too small, isn't it? And the mystery of the disappearing killer. The murder weapon. What do you think about this revolver? It's pretty big and heavy. That's right, it's a .45 caliber. That makes it one of the deadliest revolvers around. Even the police don't carry guns this big. Really? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You don't need so much power to kill at such a close range. It's overkill. They shot through that little window on the right there. I'm not sure I see the problem. I mean, whenever I go out to eat curry, I order it extra spicy just to be sure it's spicy. Of course, I can only ever eat 1 or 2 bites. That's not a problem. There's another thing about a gun this big. It puts a lot of strain on the shooter. Strain? Yeah, say if you were to fire this revolver, the recoil would probably dislocate your shoulder. Ouch! It's like the shooter's a victim too. If the killer used this revolver and quite well, I bet they had to rig it. I'm pretty sure I'm just remembering the case, because I did play this before. I'm guessing whoever did it was used to shooting. Used to shooting a high caliber weapon. Well, that's about it. I think we've looked at just about everything there is. I guess you're right. I know how you're feeling. It is hard to know when to stop, but anything more involved is to wait until the squad gets here. I suppose. I'll go report the evidence. Sorry, but could you wait here till I get back? Actually, we have to... Great, thanks. She left. What do we do, Apollo? She told us to wait. Great, now how am I supposed to investigate? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Let's go. Go? Time's wasted, Apollo. We've got a lot of ground to cover. Well, that's true, but on second thought, why not? I'm sure everything will be fine. Of course it will. Let's go. Oh, Jesus. Who's there? Killer? Well, you didn't just imagine that, did we? He looked very similar to you. He's wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. Whoever that was, he sure looks suspicious. I don't need to go back in here, do I? Well, that answers that. Looks like nobody's here. Prosecutor Gavin's probably busy with the case, too. No rest for the wicked. No rest for us either, Apollo. Let's get rockin'. Rock! Rock! July 7th, in the wings. What is with today? Problem after problem. Achtung! You ain't kidding. It's the two leading members of the Gaffners, Apollo. Clavier on vocals and Darien on guitar. They're so cool! I have a hard time thinking of Clavier as anything but a prosecutor, honestly. What are they arguing about? Probably the case, I bet. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burned to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead! And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? Hey man, don't blame me. You were the one who missed the cue. Me? Miss a cue? How could I conceivably get the most important part of that song wrong? How? And what was all that titty playing of yours? Who you calling titty? Sounds like they're having a spat. One of those differences in musical direction bands are always splitting up over. This is hardly the time. What are you two doing here? Hiya. We were just discussing the investigation, if you don't mind. Sorry. Wait, you were what? Listen, you need to confirm that with the Republic of Borginia Detective Crescent. Right. Anything else? What did you just call him? Detective? Greetings. Oh, shit. That's a perspective change. Are you Crescent's Criminal Affairs Division 3? Hello? Criminal Affairs? Apollo, you really don't know anything about the Gaviners, do you? Something tells me that's about to be remedied. Look, a ladder. I guess they need one to work on the lights and such. Why don't they use a step ladder? I prefer step ladders, really. It's so wrong. Not wrong, just... Well, why do you prefer step ladders? They're so much more flexible than plain old ladders. I prefer my ladders rigid and stable, thank you. Okay, I think I've got all the optional stuff for trophies until like the next day. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. You can fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You can fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting open like that. Wow, that piano looks much bigger close up. Maki played it so beautifully. Yeah, like a real pianist. That's just silly, Apollo. How can you call someone who does Maki a pianist? Why, that's like throwing him in the same class as Daddy. You could think Mr. Wright didn't hear that one. What a big stage. It's on a whole other scale than the Wonder Bar. The lights were so bright I couldn't see the whole first part of the concert. I'd love to do my act on a stage like this someday. Just hold back on the lights for my eyes' sake, please. He'll be too blinded by my magic to worry about lights. Probably don't want to blind the audience if you plan on showing the magic. Oh yeah. I think the string cut off here. Yikes, don't point that thing at me. Don't worry, I'm an old hand with you. I have one that shoots bullets. I don't want to shoot any bullets. Thank you. Not those bullets. Silly, my gun shoots bullets. Magic cat. Cat comes out of the gun. I can tell by your trick. Never heard of that trick. It's a great one. Honestly, that one sounds halfway interesting. I just thought of something. And this is going to be the stupidest shit in the world. Wait a second. Do you think YouTube ended that stream because they thought I was, like, doing something dangerous, like showing actual guns and shit? I wouldn't put it past them. But you think if they did, they would tell me. Also, when I was live streaming Wolf Among Us and titties came up, they didn't end the stream. They just age restricted it and took away like special privileges of my channel until I did some bullshit. So be careful that shit, I guess. Look at all these electronic devices. I'm guessing they have something to do with sound. Well, I guess when we can fiddle. Let's see here. Don't touch that. A healthy curiosity is the key to a good investigation. When in doubt, fiddle. That's what Daddy always says. They should require parental testing, clearly. Oh yeah, I've already seen that. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood to talk about that right now. I can only take so much in one day. Funny, I always thought Prosecutor Gavin was one of those cool stoic types. The sort that never complains. How wrong I was. I wrote those lyrics, though it was Lamar who gave them life. Wow, that's beautiful. Maybe I should try to write some lyrics someday. So I'll be showing my opponent all of my evidence. I was wondering if you knew anything about this. Does it look familiar? Familiar? It's mine. That's my keyring. I've been looking all over for it. What? This is yours, Mr. Gavin? I knew it. Apollo, how can you make that I knew it face? This is the keyring that was... I know. Thanks, anyway. Where'd you find it? Actually, the victim was holding it. Like he was trying to keep it from the killer, even if it meant his life. What? The victim? You mean Mr. Latouche had my keys? Indeed. Oh, my trials be over. Speaking of trials, I've never heard Mr. Gavin whine in court like he has been today. Emma was right about the fop, I'll give her that. Apollo. Mr. Gavin, maybe we can help. Tell us about your troubles today. I really don't think that's... Tell us, and we'll keep mum about the keyring for now. Are you blackmailing me, Fraulein? Oh, man, I feel like I mispronounce that word every time I see it. Case. About the crime. Which crime do you mean? The murder? What else? Oh, that. For me, today has been a hit parade of crimes, you see. Prosecutor Gavin was singing the blues earlier, wasn't he? Something about his hog and his guitar case. Anyway. I'm afraid you know more about the killing of Mr. Latouche than I do. For now, at least. Huh? You were the one who found the body, yeah? Oh, we were in the middle of a performance, no less. Aren't you going to examine the crime scene, Prosecutor Gavin? I'll leave that to Fraulein Detective. Wouldn't want to step on her toes. They're not exactly best buddies, are they? Emma and Prosecutor Gavin, I mean. Well, what to do next? We've already checked out the scene. Prosecutor Gavin may be right. We might be the most informed for once. Maybe Prosecutor Gavin can shed some light on things we found. The Gaviners. I don't believe you, Apollo. How could you come to this concert and not know about the Gaviners? It's not surprising. Why? Even our ancestors knew nothing of America's existence once. I know America exists. Definitely fiction, because the whole police are the only one with guns is like not even remotely real. The Gaviners aren't just an average rock band, Apollo. Each member is connected to the police somehow. The police? The real police. By day they pack heat, but by night they heat up the stage. By day they'll slip to interrogate, by night they sing songs of unrequited passion. Okay. They debuted 7 years ago, with 13 years hard time for love, and came up with no chance of parole, and my boyfriend is the prosecution's witness. The list of hits goes on and on. Here's my right-hand man, Darian Crescent. I make the melodies and he attacks them with his guitar. He's a bit of a rogue, really. This guy's a bit of a perfectionist. Performance goes the least bit wrong, he goes into this funk, just like today. I hope murder would be a bit more off-putting than a ruined concert. concert today? A disaster. I'll get to the bottom of this, and then we'll see who missed a cue. And Miss Q, they were arguing about that before. Great, I love nothing more than questioning tormented artists. And Miss Q... What's this Miss Q you keep talking about? You heard it, didn't you, from the audience? Actually, I didn't notice it. See? No amateur's going to pick up on that. Can you guarantee an entire audience of amateurs? No! Now take a listen to this! What's that? Mixing board. We used it to record our concert tonight. Aren't we supposed to be investigating murder? Well, we've come this far, might as well go all the way. I've always wanted to learn about the recording industry. This is but one of the devices used in recordings. We're a 5-part band. This lets us record each member's performance separately. You use the sliders to adjust the volume for each part. Check it out. Lead, rhythm, bass, drums, keyboard. Wow, neat. So could you say, hear only the drum part? Of course. That's how we'll find the criminal guilty of missing his cue tonight. I'm more concerned with the other criminal, the one who kills people. You want help on the case? Then help me with mine. I guess rock and roll comes before prosecuting. Let's begin. First, we bring up the part of the performance in question. You simply choose the section of the song you wish to hear on the uppermost bar, like so. There it is. Now listen. Was something wrong? You couldn't hear it? Listen again, closely. The timing's a little off, isn't it? You see? There, right at the most important part. And even an amateur can hear it. An amateur with a mixing board, maybe. You're missing the point. We'll never stamp out crime until we're perfect. Perfect! Here he goes again. Right, amateur, you will prove my point. Me? You will find the missed cue. You will tell us which instrument, which part is the guilty party. But how? Did I not just explain it? Move the sliders with up and down on the left analog stick to adjust the volume for each part. Then you will find the part that hopelessly bungles the cue with left and right on the left analog stick. You'll find it with your untrained amateur ears. Nothing to do but try, Apollo, I guess. I'll admit, this looked kind of fun. First, a quick review. Use up and down on the left analog stick to adjust the part's volume. Jump to another section of the song with... Oh, apparently you can use L1 and R1. And use left and right on the analog stick to switch parts. Right, got it. Once you found the guilty party, or part, press the triangle to point it out. Done rock! I'm pretty sure it was the rhythm guitar in the last section. I still have the drums up a little bit, huh? It's not lead. It's not bass. It's not keyboard. And I don't think it's drums. Okay, Oh, you turn the metronome off. That's neat. This part's off. Which is that? Second guitar. Ugh. It was you, Darian, or Darian. It could be either. Ah, well, looks like the cat's out of the bag. Ah, well, that's all you have to say? That kind of attitude lets killers walk free, Darian. There they go again. It wasn't such a good idea to ask about the concert. It's starting to feel like we're just wasting time. It's all experience under our belts. That can't be bad. Mixing board added to the court record. Allows these to be played separate tracks. Still can't get over the title for that song. Guilty Love? You know, I'm something of a musician myself. That might be why that was, pretty straightforward and intuitive. For me. Gavin's Troubles. You were saying something about your motorcycle not starting? Something about your guitar case being busted? You're well informed. Mentioned it a few times. Actually, the song's playing in the background. Let's see if it messes up in the background music. No, the timing's right there. It was only off during the live performance. Although the rhythm guitar is doing that weird descending thing. It's like, dude. It's a weird choice, but yeah, the timing was definitely off on the performance. It's all happened this morning. It's all this keyring's fault. Keyring. Got all my keys on it, yeah. The bike key, my car key, and the key to my guitar case. Wait, so this keyring. It disappeared. I thought I put it in my jacket pocket. Prosecutor Gavin's keyring disappeared? I had to come to the concert by taxi. How embarrassing. And in order to get my guitar out, I had to break the lock. Wait, this guitar wasn't the one the very one, up in flames. Right on stage, too. I actually thought that was part of the show. Lazy. And to top it off was where the Toose's life was taken. Nobody told me about days like these. Brave days indeed. You think? Strong, Trucy. Well, I was just trying to make sense of everything. First, this heart-shaped keyring gets stolen. Then a very expensive guitar flares up on stage. Then Mr. Latouche dies. Yes, and? Could it all really be just a coincidence? Coincidence. Meaning... Darian, can you make any sense of all this? Hey, don't look at me. What do you think, Apollo? Huh? I mean, either Mr. Gavin's having a really bad day, or all this was planned. You aren't thinking what I think you're thinking. Are you, Fraulein? I am. What? Don't leave me in the dark with Spike here. The name's Apollo, but yeah, I agree. Don't leave us in the dark. What are you talking about? Haven't you noticed a connection, Apollo? A curious connection between all Mr. Gavin's troubles today? I'm not joking. I think the stream ended because the gun was pointing straight at the screen. But if it's not, that's some coincidental ass timing. But why would it let me stream boobies but not gun? Well, I have noticed. Something was bugging me too. That keyring and the guitar and the body. Slow down there, Paul. You look a wee bit dizzy. He's bluffing. He hasn't figured it out. Fess up if you're a man. You're as clueless as I am. No. Give Air Forehead a chance. Let's see your evidence of the connection. Shall we? Evidence? Everything's thick pronto. Come on. Let's see it. What's the connection between all Mr. Gavin's troubles? It's what the lyrics are describing. It's this, isn't it? The lyric sheet? The guitar serenade. What's that got to do with anything? It has everything to do with everything. Though I wouldn't have believed it if the Fraulein hadn't pointed it out. But what are you talking about, man? Enough with the riddles! Maybe it is a coincidence, or perhaps it means something. Don't you think, Fraulein? I do. Everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin today is predicted in the lyrics of this song. What? No way! Song's prediction. Look, just think about everything that's happened to Mr. Gavin. Let's list them in the order that they occurred while reading this lyric sheet. First, the keyring was stolen. And not just any keyring, a heart-shaped keyring. That's right here. When you stole away the key my heart held onto so tight. This is a heart holding keys. And next, his guitar burst into flame. Burning on my heart fire burned my love away. And then Mr. Latus was killed. Like a bullet of love fire take my life away. But that's crazy. Yeah, no kidding. So everything that happened today here, the song predicted it all? Or perhaps it was the other way around. The criminal could have based their crime on the lyrics, but who would go through all that trouble? Someone who moves in mysterious ways, no doubt. Who would you stumble upon something quite vital and quite annoying? She looks pleased. Lyrics predicting a crime. Clavier. Seems a bit more than just a coincidence to me. I have to agree. The key ring, the guitar, and the murder. The key ring might have been dropped by accident, yet the victim was holding it. Hard to think that it was unconnected. That's true. Prosecutor Gavin's as calm and collected as ever. Does the criminal match their actions to the lyrics? That sounds likely. Why would anyone do that? While we think about that, I'm going to get cracking on the biggest crime here. I'm going to talk to the Bulgarian embassy about this Mr. Latus. All right, thanks, Darian. I'll leave the pondering of mysteries to you. I'm out of here. Foreign national. Mr. Latus was killed. It seems like that would have to be the point of all this, but they did more than that. They left us not only a murder, but a mystery. A murder mystery? Mr. Gavin sure is irritable today. Maybe this is the real prosecutor Gavin we don't get to see in the courtroom. I've had enough, frankly. If you find any more mysteries, do me a favor and keep them to yourselves. Yeah? Yeah. I guess this is all we're going to get from Prosecutor Gavin. That leaves Lenoir to question. Prosecutor Gavin, do you know where Lenoir is now? I had her go to my dressing room. With that pianist Smaki Tobaye, of course. She seemed rather shocked by Mr. Latus's sudden passing. Gaviner's dressing room got it. $24, okay. Charge for the Gaviners. Day job is as a detective in Criminal Affairs Division 3. Oh, you can just fuck with it, huh? That's funny. Alright, let's do it. Oh, the keyboard's doing that descending thing too. Oh, they're all doing it except the lead. I couldn't even tell. Well, enough of that. Who's there? Why do they keep showing up? There he goes again. Who is that guy? Druzy? You know, he did look sort of familiar. So he is a friend of yours. Oh, that's not it. Sorry, I don't remember. Curiouser and Curiouser. Oh, Memoir. What has happened? I heard that Mr. Latus has died. Memoir, you speak? I mean, you speak English. Yes. I was invited here from the Republic of Borginia. I don't know what accent to give her. It's not real. She's not a real person. It's not a real place. But I am not Borginian by birth. But wasn't Mr. Latus your interpreter? Ah, that, yes. Well, it was Mr. Latus's idea. He thought it would add to the mystery, you see. I think I'm just giving her Olga's voice. Then your pianist is also... No, Maki Tobaye is Borginian. He does not speak English. Now, please tell me, what has happened to Mr. Latouche? Why did he... This is why I don't do accents, they all sound the same. Actually, Mr. Latouche was... Trucy! Huh? What Prosecutor Gavin said? Not a word. Mr. Latouche is Lenoir's manager. That's not fair to her. I mean, isn't she a related party? Precisely who Prosecutor Gavin doesn't want to alert, I'd suspect. All we have been told is to wait here in this room. It is very unsettling. I'm sorry, we're trying to figure it out ourselves. Do you think I could ask you some questions? Of course. I am always willing to help. She's as calm as she looked on stage. I can't put my finger on why, but I like this Lenoir. What is it, Maki? But you'd be alone. What seems to be the problem? Maki, he is not good around strangers. He wishes to go out for a breath of fresh air. Would that be all right? Sure, of course. Monty, you little shit. Very well. What is it you wish to ask me about? Do you mind taking a look at this, Lenoir? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to say. I wish I could help. Ah, don't worry about it. Certainly one of the most pleasant refusals I've had. That reminds me. Does this brooch look familiar to you? My brooch? Yes, well, it may be mine. Yours? I was wearing the brooch earlier, you see. I must have lost it. Well, that explains the brooch we found. It was hers. Thank you. I was wondering where I dropped it. So this brooch belongs to her. That begs the question. Something wrong, Apollo? What's this brooch doing at the crime scene? Republic of Borginia. That's in Northern Europe, right? No! I've never even heard of it. Me neither. I started out singing in a restaurant. Then the producer called me. Before I knew it, here I am. You don't say. You know, my daddy plays piano in a restaurant. Producers tend to look for talent, Jersey. You're not from Borginia originally? Were you born here? Well... Oh, is that supposed to be a secret? Image is everything when you're a star. I know a bit about that, of course. Yes, it is something like this. A contract, you might say. I'm also not to speak anything but Borginian in public. Image is important, I guess. She's not all image, though. Her songs are lovely. A real landscape painter in sound. Painter in what? She travels the world, turning the sights she sees into music. That's the secret to your music's beauty, right? You're very perceptive. Oh, I use your songs all the time in my stage act. I don't have to pay royalties for that, do I? Stop on your head, Druzy. This landscape painter and sound, too, is an image. Yet without it, my songs would not be so widely heard. They even call you the siren of the ballad, right? Yes, Borginia. Lenoir means the siren. I fear that perhaps already I am not the siren I once was. Maki. The pianist. Do you have one? Maki wasn't. He's cute, like a porcelain doll. He's very European. The fuck does that mean, Apollo? I met him while singing in restaurants in Borginia. He is an orphan, yet his playing is exquisite. Soon he came to live with me. It's like a fairy tale almost. I notice he hardly leaves your side. Yes, well, he is blind. At first I hesitated at tracking him across the world. He doesn't speak English either, does he? He had never left Borginia before we met.
I made his presence part of my contract. Rocky and I together are Lamoire. Together, always.
Mr. Latouche. Sure, that's how you say it. I don't give a fuck if it ain't.
Was my new manager.
New?
Yes, 3 months ago. Around when I received Mr. Gavin's invitation to come. I met Mr. Latouche at my office. He was to be my manager and bodyguard. And as it turned out, my interpreter.
Interpreter, even though you speak English.
Yes, but we were to visit more places than just here. We had a concert in Japan scheduled after this one. Though I fear that may have to be cancelled now.
Mr. Latouche from the Republic of Borginia, too?
Well, he was only with me for 3 months. I'm afraid there is much I do not know about him. And now I shall never know. No one will even tell me why he has died.
I'm sorry. Prosecutor Gavin said we weren't to talk to anyone.
Mr. Latouche was a talented man, a siren of the ballad. That phrase was his idea, you know. I am happy for him that he has become so well known.
The siren. That's what he meant. Huh? Apollo? You are the siren, right?
That is the meaning of my name in Borginian, yes. Which was the name my producer gave me. But why do you ask?
It's very important. I had to know for sure if the siren was you.
What do you mean important?
I'll tell you. You deserve to know. The siren. Siren. Turns out that's a very important word in this case.
How?
We found Mr. Latouche. He was still alive.
What?
I heard him say something. His last words. I don't have to read these every time they come up, do I?
Said siren? Really?
I was the only one there to hear it, but I'm sure that's what he said.
Mr. Latouche said that? Ask the witness.
And you're the siren, Lamar. Did you see what happened?
Lamar, might I ask, are you with the police?
Well, no, I'm a defense attorney.
An attorney? There have been no arrests, yes?
Is that a problem?
Does an attorney not work for a client? If you have no client, you should leave the investigation to the police, I think. But, Lamar, I'm sorry, but I cannot answer your questions. I'm afraid you lack the authority to ask them.
Why? If she witnessed the crime, why won't she tell us?
I believe we are through here.
I believe so. And she's not wrong. It's like, oh yeah, defense attorneys aren't just like investigators and arresting officers all in one. Whoa, who's there now?
Ah, it's you.
Where were you?
Emma, is something wrong? She looks grumpier than usual.
You bet something's wrong. The impossible's happened. It's all your fault, you know.
Maybe this is about us leaving the crime scene. What do you mean by impossible?
It's gone. Utterly gone.
What's gone?
The body, stupid. What else?
So it's just his body has disappeared.
What?
Prosecutor Gavin, your vacant stare, I gather you've heard the news. I heard Mr. Latouche's body has gone missing. Look for yourself. Quite the pickle. Quite the pickle.
Oh, just stand there. We have to start the invest.
There's no need for alarm, Fraulein Detective. All entrances and exits have been sealed. The body will not leave the building. So I suggest we go find ourselves a cadaver. There will be plenty of time to ponder the whys later. Well, you seem pretty sure of yourself, Mr. Gavin.
Oh, we'll find him.
I'm rather enjoying this. How could Mr. Latouche's body just disappear?
Well, you heard the man. Let's get searching.
Hey, I don't know if this is exactly the right time, but... Yes, Daria?
Jeter's gone missing. It was in the dressing room. Geeter? Who's Geeter? That's what I call my guitar. You like, man? Your guitar was stolen. This hasn't been a good day for guitars or Geeters. Okay, body first, then guitar. And if someone finds that guitar, please bring it to our dressing room. Geeter's like a missing person, not lost and found, man. All right, give me just a moment. Disappearing act. Well, this sure is a, what do they call it? A sausage? No, wait, it was a pickle. And it's your pickle. I told you to stay in the room. I'm sorry. What else I can say? It's alright. Our priority now is finding that body. Make it up to me later. 10 bags or so of chocolate snacku should do the trick nicely. What's your sugar intake, Emma? There should be a body here, but there's not. How could this have happened? Why? She's fucking booked it. Huh. Does something seem different to you, Apollo? Something is definitely different here. Let's check it out. Is it the stage? That stage there must have been lowered before. That's the tower that Memoir and Prosecutor Gavin were singing on. Someone must have raised it. I don't see a way to control it from here. Oh, what about that ladder there against the wall? We could use that to take a look up top. Maybe we should get in there. What are you talking about? We have to see this sort of thing for ourselves. I'm so good with heights. Stop whining and start climbing. Ugh. It didn't look that high from below, really. When we got to the top, I felt every one of those 15 feet down. Of course, I wasn't thinking about the height anymore, not after what we found up there. Eek! We found two things we were looking for, and one thing we never expected to find. The body, guitar in hand, and the pianist Maki Tobaye. July 8th, 10:09 a.m. Right Anything Agency. Oh, that concert last night sure went south in a hurry. No kidding. Why did they arrest Maki? Why? I thought you was dead. Don't look at me like it's my fault. Maki Tobaye, the blind pianist. Arrested on suspicion of murdering Romaine Latouche. I can't believe such a cute little boy could do something so horrible. I guess they had proof of some kind. What proof could possibly prove that? Morning. Prosecutor Gavin. What a night, eh? I apologize for being so upset. Gavin, do you know what's going on? Why did they arrest Maki? Why? Don't look at him like it's his fault either. It was tough for me too. We performed together that night after all. Yet,
Yet, powers that be say that given the circumstances, it could only have been him. What do you mean by the circumstances? Lamoire was invited from Bourguigny as an ambassador of goodwill. It is vital that this case be wrapped up swiftly. That's all the powers that be want, really. Well, those are circumstances, all right. But what makes Maki the only possible suspect? Our forehead? You seem to have forgotten that you're talking to the prosecution, the enemy. Ah, right. I think I like this out of Prosecutor Gavin better, actually. I'm not at liberty to discuss the particulars of this case, especially not to the defense attorney. What did you just say? Me? The defense attorney? That's what I came to tell you. He's down at the detention center. He wants to request your services. Maki? Maki wants me? This is what we've been waiting for, Apollo. Let's get going. Right. Good luck. I'll have to question Lamar. Alright, later. I hope I'm up to this. July 8th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. I just don't get it. I refuse to believe a cute little kid like that could do something so terrible. You said that already. I like the reflection in the shades. Maki, everything's going to be okay. We're here for you. Hi, maybe you can tell me about last night? Huh? That was when I realized how tough it must be. A little kid like this, in a country so far from everything he's ever known. Maybe Lamoire can help? Did Prosecutor Gavin say she was with him? I'll question Lamoire. What are we going to do? That's a good question. I can't think of anything we can do but go with this. Hope for the best at trial tomorrow. Well, how about that? That's day one of the investigation. Not super long. I'm going to save and take a very small break and hope the stream doesn't fucking implode! So give me a minute.
I had to refuel on some Oreos, but assuming the stream hasn't fallen apart, I'm ready to continue if you are. I gotta double check, make sure the stream's live. No more looking at guns, I suppose. You two are so stupid. They want me to pay them monthly. Yeah, that'll happen. Or in court, I guess. Well, that was quick. Our court is now in session for... How do I say that? That's a good question, Judge. Makito Baye, Your Honor, the pixie of the arpeggio. I just tried. Court is in session. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is A-okay, Judge. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. My opening statement, yeah. No, actually, there was something else I wanted to ask you about. Yes? Say you're going to visit someone in the hospital with an incurable disease. What do you say to them? Eh? I mean, you wouldn't say, get well soon, right? If you'd only be kicking them when they're down. What are you talking about? Actually, I'm going to visit someone who is terminally ill. Right after this trial, the Chief Justice's son. The Chief Justice? His son is afflicted with the most terrible disease. He doesn't have long, it seems. So I thought I'd go pay him a visit. I thought saying something moving might be the order of the day. Why don't grown-ups ever just say what's on their mind instead of pretending? She's looking at me with something like disgust. What are you looking at me like that for? In any case, I'm a bit busy today, so let's wrap this up quickly. That's normal for the law. We just work at our own pace. Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement briefly. You're in luck, Air Judge. I believe you'll be going on your hospital visit sooner than you think. First, to review the victim in this case. Maiden Latouche, age 35. Global manager for Diva Songstress Lamoire. The cause of death, blood loss due to being shot by a large caliber revolver. This report has all the details. The court accepts this into evidence. Latouche's autopsy report added to the court record. Death due to loss of blood from a gunshot wound. Estimated time of death between 9 and 9:30 p.m. 45 caliber, that's quite large, isn't it? A direct hit from that could knock a man off his feet. However, the bullet struck him in his shoulder. The damage to the body was slight. Death was not immediate. Sadly, his blood loss was such that he could not be saved. I suppose the victim's condition could have been much worse considering. Crime photo added to the court record. Victim shot in shoulder of Lamoire's room. 2 shots were fired. 1 shot missed, the other penetrated and passed through the victim's shoulder. Both bullets were found at the wall of the scene. Observe the diagram. This is where the bullets hit. I see, the court accepts this evidence. Diagram entered the court record. The crime scene where Lamoire's dressing. We're talking about a 45 caliber revolver. We must assume that the killer was adept at the weapon's use. Really? Yeah, apparently weapons that size powerful kickback. If, say, the judge tried to fire one, it'd break every bone in his body. But the defense will take more care in choosing examples. As I was saying, the victim was shot backstage in a dressing room. The dressing room has only one entrance, this door. That does seem to be the case, yes. However, there were witnesses who heard the gunshots. He's talking about you and Emma, huh? Yet when the witnesses entered the room, it was empty, save for the victim's body, of course. But that's impossible! Exactly. This murder was impossible. For all but one person. One person? That is, of course, the defendant, Makito Baye. Only this defendant could have committed the crime. But how? It's quite simple. The circumstances of the crime scene make it clear. Very well, I assume you have testimony to back up this claim. Please show the witness to the stand. Your name and profession, please. Emma Skye. I'm a detective from the police department. I was on security detail at the concert forum that night. Emma seems tired somehow. Security at the concert, you say? So security I was. Couldn't even stop a murder. But now don't blame yourself. Things like this happen. I've made even bigger mistakes in my career, you know. I'm sure that makes her feel much better. I want to hear about these bigger mistakes. In any case, because you were on security detail, the crime was quickly discovered, and we were able to identify the killer. You may give the court your testimony if you would.
Describe the circumstances of that day and your discovery of the crime, please. All right. I'm sorry, I skipped that. Murderous circumstances. The night of the murder, I was on security backstage at Prosecutor Gavin's request. Only people involved with the concert in some way were allowed backstage. At the beginning of the third set, I heard shots. I went into the room, filled with blaring rock music, and found the body. I examined the scene and determined that only the defendant could have done it. It was lucky that a detective was the first on the scene. But that door was the only way out of the room, right? Yeah, pretty much. Then I don't get it. How can they say that Maki did it? Looks like we need a bit more information.
Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. How could you know something like that? As I said, it was clear from the circumstances. Listen, we know there was only one exit from the room, that door. The small window only opened a tiny crack, and I was standing in front of that door. So how could the killer have fled the scene? There's only one possibility, the air vent. Oh! That air vent was too small. Who could possibly... Exactly. There's certainly no way you could get through, nor me. The only one who could fit through was a child. A child. Remember, access to those rooms was limited. Only those involved with the concert were allowed. And all of the people involved with the concert, only one is small enough to be considered a child. The defendant? The pixie of the arpeggio flitted up toward the sky and disappeared from the scene of the crime. But that's just conjecture. Oh, there was no other way out of that room. You were there. You should know, Forehead. And there is another vital piece of evidence. Evidence? What? Marks were found on the air vent grill, traces that it had recently been opened. Wait, what? And something else was found quite clearly. The defendant, Maki Tabaye's fingerprints. Ugh. What? Order! That air vent was the only way out of the room. The defendant's fingerprints were found on the grill. Well, on your forehead. What fairy tale does it suggest to you? Ugh. Only one could pass through that vent, that doorway to heaven, and that one is our pixie. Why are you looking at me, Apollo? Hey, I was out whooping it up in the audience. So this was his decisive evidence. Quite decisive indeed. I know the circumstances in which this body was found. I was there. An examination of the crime scene was enough to nail down the killer. I'm sure they have a good reason. They must have had a good reason to arrest Maki. I'm going to find out what it was. July 7th, time left for shooting to death. Currently under review. Okay, I guess we're going to have to press more. Because, I mean, the first and obvious glaring thing is that only the defendant could have done it. They just said an adult would have a hard time shooting this. How on God green earth would he have shot it? But I'll just press everything else just to make sure. The night of the murder was the night of the concert, yes. That's right. What was the detective doing on security detail, might I ask? If it was only a concert. My thoughts exactly. But orders are orders, even when they come from rock gods. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, allow me to explain. I smelled something that day, you might say. The stench of conspiracy. That day at the concert hall. Conspiracy? Well, isn't it obvious? My keys. That whole morning, no, the whole day was ruined. And it's all because someone stole my keys. I couldn't ride my hog to the show. I couldn't open my guitar case. There he goes again. Isn't it possible he simply misplaced them? Misplaced them? Misplaced items don't just wander into a murder victim's hand on their own.
Well, what's this? Prosecutor Gavin, if your keys were in the victim's hand, that makes you a prime suspect.
Love, slow acting anew. Atroquinine is waiting for you? He's singing something. Does everything with this guy have to be so over the top? Killing happened in the middle of my concert. I was like a sailor adrift on a sea of sound. Anyway, I didn't want anything else stolen, so I put the detective with the most time on their hands on the task.
I see. I can accept that.
Well, I can't. What do you mean, time on their hands?
Yeah, please, the testimony.
We were let in, though. I didn't know about that. I certainly didn't invite you. I gave the Fraulein special permission to be there. I wanted to see her again. Oh boy, did you hear that? We're officially involved now. Gee, great. Some other hanger-ons tried to get backstage, but I drove them off. No other outsiders were there then. And then... I believe we were having a chat when we heard the shots. You were the one chatting. I was eating snackoos.
Hey, no snacking in court!
And you're sure the shots came from Lamar's room? Yes, absolutely. Hey, I'm the one being cross-examined here. Here, this will keep you quiet. Thanks. So, how about it, Emma? We're right there. Hard to be mistaken about that.
Please, either talk or eat. Not both at the same time.
Right, so after that, me and Mr. Lawyer there opened the dressing room door. Rock? Blaring, yes.
When you say rock, are you referring, perhaps, to this rock and roll music that's so popular these days?
That's right, when we went into the dressing room. Music was blaring over the speaker on the wall. They piped sound from the stage into the backstage through speakers. That way people on the back can hear when they're supposed to be on stage. Did it have to be so loud? You don't listen to the Gaviners with your ears. You feel it with your entire body and soul. I always have the backstage monitors at full volume. When we walked in the room, the band was playing Guilty Love, I believe, making it easy to determine the time of the crime.
If you could hear that music playing,
And everyone on stage for that song has an alibi, including myself. Anyway, I closed off the scene and started my investigation.
I believe that's enough of that. The prosecution has a rather convincing case. The only way in and out of the crime scene was watched, making the defendant the only one who could possibly leave the scene. Simple and decisive. I believe we've heard enough to determine our verdict, even if I wasn't in a hurry to make a hospital visit.
I'm sure the Chief Justice will appreciate the gesture. Unfortunately, we have no direct witnesses. Fortunately, the crime left decisive evidence for us. That will have to be enough.
It can't be over already. Very well, I believe this trial is finished. If the defense has no contradicting evidence.
The prosecution has presented our proof clear and plain. If you have contradicting evidence, it better be clear and plain. Oh, they've got us on the ropes already. Better come up with something quick. I know. Think, what can get us out of this? Hold on, time to do a YouTube check, make sure I'm still streaming. Can't believe it did that. Without telling me. We need evidence or a witness that can prove Maki is innocent beyond a doubt. Without that, no.
Mr. Justice, do you have contradicting proof that can overturn the prosecution's case? If you do, you'd better tell us about it now.
This is it, so soon. If I mess this one up, it's all over. Court wants contradicting proof? I don't have proof. Oh, her. Prosecutor Gavin, you claim that there were no witnesses to this crime. Are you absolutely sure? Absolutely. I'd swear it on my career as a prosecutor. And on my million-seller hit song, Atroquinine, My Love, whatever the hell that means. There he goes again. That's too bad, because there was a witness.
Oh, really now? But how did you come to the possessed knowledge the prosecution clearly does not?
Because I am the only one in the world who knows this. What's going on? I just talked to him now. He's alive. Mr. Latush, do you hear me?
So goes witness.
You're cold. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Help's on the way. Can't see. How you then, Mr. Latush? Tell me, who was the witness?
The witness is Siren. What? The victim said this before he died?
Perhaps he did, and perhaps he did not. What do you mean by that? All we know is what our forehead says he said. There's no testimony, especially since it comes from the defense attorney himself. Objection! But it's the truth. He said it. I even told you about it. Apparently you ignored me completely. It's my policy to fully investigate everything I deem relevant. Clearly this rookie lawyer thinks he can tell me how to do my job.
And that's enough. Mr. Justice, we need clear contradictory proof from you. This witness of yours, unknown to the prosecution. I hope you're right. Failure carries a stiff penalty.
Perhaps a stiffer penalty than usual is called for? There's no backing out now.
Let's hear the name of your witness, Mr. Justice.
Lamoire! Recall Mr. Latush's last words.
Siren. Aha! He meant the siren!
That's right, the siren of the ballad, Lamoire. Lamoire was only on stage for the second set, and she had access to the backstage area. She could have been a witness.
I see. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
My claim still stands. There's no witness to this crime.
Very well. Let's hear it from the horse's mouth then, shall we? We'll now take a break for Detective Emma Sky's cross-examination. Please show Lamoire to the witness stand.
Lamoire would say nothing the night of the murder. Not today, though. Today we'll drag that story out of her no matter what it is. It is my distinct honor to welcome the siren of the ballad to our courtroom. You are too kind.
You can speak English.
Yes, I can. Though I am not very good. There is much I do not know.
You speak so well. Have you spent time here before?
Actually, I do not know how I came by my knowledge of your language, nor where I studied it. She means she doesn't know. I too thought to call her as a witness, but I did not. I had a reason, of course. What's that? Lamar suffers from amnesia, though that's convenient.
Amnesia?
Lamar is not my true name, yet I remember nothing of the time before I was given it. Nothing of the time before I started singing on stage. Whoa, she's even more mysterious than I thought. As lauded singer, Lamoire, she lives a good life. There are little difficulties for her thanks to her success. Yet, I did not wish to subject her to unnecessary stress.
I see. I care surprisingly little about people's pasts. You have nothing to fear in this court.
Thank you. Yet there is something I do not understand. I am being called as a witness. What might I say? No one will tell me anything of what happened. Let me be frank. I did not want to ask you up here to testify. Yet that young gentleman with the wide forehead over there was adamant that you stand. Oh my. Congratulations, Apollo. You're the bad guy.
Well, now that you're here, please give us your testimony. If nothing else, the sound of your voice is welcome. Tell us what you saw the night of the crime.
Witness testimony. What I saw. As for what I saw nothing. That night, I was invited to sing on stage, and this I did. I did not return backstage after the second set. Then I was led by the police to Mr. Gavin's dressing room and told to wait there. That was where I learned that something had happened, but I wasn't told the details.
I must say, you sound wonderful just testifying.
I hope he was too distracted to hear what she was actually saying.
there you have it. She saw nothing that night. Now we can only pray that the defense has the sense to admit defeat and refrain from detaining her here longer than need be. Wow, you just got better, Apollo. Way to go.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Keep it short and sweet.
She wouldn't talk to me the night of the crime. She must know something, and I've got to find out what.
You did not return backstage once. Where were you then? What were you doing?
I was cleaning up on stage. There are many things I must do for a performance other than simply sing. And was Maki with you at the time? Unfortunately, I do not know where he was.
So much for an alibi for Maki. How was the incident explained to you?
I was told nothing in detail, only that Mr. Latouche died.
Of course, investigations require some security.
Mr. Latouche was my manager. I wanted to know more. I should have been told. Both Maki and I were beside ourselves with concern.
Allow me to apologize, but please understand. Keeping you in the dark was as painful for me as it was for you.
Yes, I understand.
Think. What doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine her lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. What wouldn't she tell me the night of the murder? But you must have seen something. Mr. Latouche named you.
Mr. Latouche, how can I tell you what I don't know?
Lamar, he said you were a witness with his dying words.
I do not know what he meant to say, but that night...
It was a great concert.
You heard me sing? Thank you.
I was hoping to get an autograph later, actually.
Of course.
Mr. Justice, this is a cross-examination. You're out of line. If anyone deserves an autograph here, it's me. One on my gavel would be nice.
Judge?
What's this?
It's my autograph. Now keep this trial moving.
What? Oh, my grandchild will be so happy.
Apparently his grandson's a big fan. Let's continue, shall we? If you would, Lamar, tell us what you did after your stellar performance. With Maki, correct? How was he then?
He seemed as he always does, though I believe he was shocked by the news of Mr. Latouche's death. Yet, he is not the type to show much emotion.
Yes, he's given the police no end of headaches. Answering those questions with silence, and those glinting frames speak nothing. The questioning hasn't gotten very far.
We sat there waiting.
Okay, let's think about this. Think, what doesn't ring true about her testimony? It's hard to imagine her lying. She might not be lying, but she's hiding something. Found at the crime scene, okay.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Lamboir, but I'm having trouble believing you. You remember this brooch, do you not? Why, that's Lamboir. She was wearing it for her song. Care to add that to the testimony, Prosecutor Gavin? What? This brooch was found after the murder took place, at the very scene of the crime. What? Lamboir, how does your brooch get backstage if you did not go there yourself? And as Prosecutor Gavin has just told us, you had been wearing it during your performance that night. Her little flap went up.
What's the meaning of this? Please explain.
Blah, 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 blah. She says, English is quite difficult. That trick's not going to work here. Your forehead may be large, but you are a lawyer, certainly. But you have missed one important fact. What now? Is that fifth character doing the Kamehameha? In fact, at the time of the incident, I went backstage, but only for a moment. What? You see the last and second to last character at the top? Switch them around. That'd be very funny. Think back to the moment of the crime. You know whereof I speak. Is she really saying all that? What's she talking about, Apollo? Right when the incident occurred. Ah! Is she talking about that? Oh, we heard the door open for 2 seconds or something?
Looked into the room. Just a glance, mind you.
So this is when your brooch dropped. That explains that.
It does. There was no other time I could have dropped it.
But that's ridiculous. You only looked in for an instant, but you dropped your brooch? Forehead. This raised a possibility. The only thing that can counter that is evidence.
So she looked in at the crime scene.
Actually, I intended to go into the dressing room. I knew nothing of what had happened, of course. But the moment I opened the door, I heard a horrible voice.
Forehead shouting, "Who's there?" no doubt. A horrible voice indeed. Ugh.
I closed the door immediately.
Well, that explains the brooch. Let's return to your testimony.
That's too convenient. She's hiding something. Lamar, you did look into the room, though, right?
Yes,
Testify as to what you saw.
very well, though it was only the briefest of glimpses. All my performance backstage. When my performance was finished, I went backstage for just a moment. I saw nothing. The late Mr. Latus's body was behind the wall.
Yeah, I guess most of it would be. You're swallowing nervously when you say the late Mr. Latus's body.
Gotcha!
Late Mr. Latus's body, you say?
Yes?
You know something more about Mr. Latus's death than you're saying.
What?
I can see you trying not to remember, but the effort made you swallow. Hot. You can't fool my eyes.
It is true. It was so terrible after all. Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
One moment, Lenoir.
Yes?
What was that you just said? Why did Mr. Latus have to be shot?
Yes?
He was hiding something, I knew it. Lenoir, I'm afraid you haven't realized it, but your words just now contradict your testimony.
How could that be?
Take this! Lenoir contradicted your own testimony, I have the evidence to prove it. Would it be there? Hold on a minute. Let's go back. Because he was behind a wall. You said you couldn't see him. That's the main thing.
If I do not misunderstand the meaning of contradiction, it is you who contradict, Mr. Justice. Huh? Your evidence is meaningless.
Wrong evidence. I guess I have to show that, gotta think this over. What did she say again? Why Mr. Latouz had to be shot? That's right. That totally contradicts your testimony. Well, I mean, that kind of did in and of itself, but I guess what it's wanting to say is, the fact that, information concerning crime be restricted to police and related parties. Tell me, Lemoire. How did you know he'd been shot? Immediately following the incident, a gag order was placed on the scene. This is the document proving that. In your testimony, you told the court, no one told me anything about the incident. Furthermore, you testified that you had seen nothing. And it was behind a wall. Yeah, you knew that Mr. Latouz had been shot. How could you have known? Yark!
Lamoire, you aren't hiding something from this court, I hope.
That sweet song of hers was sounding a little too sweet.
Now I remember. Please, allow me to add to my testimony.
Of course. All we want to know is the truth. She looks kind of pale, huh? She saw something, I know it. Even the victim said so.
I saw bullet holes in the wall and knew Mr. Latouz had been shot.
This one's a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Frivolous? But if you say you walked in and just looked for the briefest of glimpses, the door would be blocking them. Lemoire, they call you the siren of the ballad. But lies are hardly becoming of such a creature.
A put down worthy of our prosecutor, Mr. Justice.
Such put-downs are hardly becoming of you, Apollo. Stop polishing your forehead and start polishing your character, yeah? Come on, can't that be cool for once? Observe the diagram. Lemoire, you looked in from the door for just a moment, correct?
Yes, that is so.
There were bullet holes in the room, yes. But they were in the wall. The door is on. See, assuming you merely glanced into the room, you couldn't have seen those bullet holes. Yuck!
I like your outfit, Lamoire.
Yes?
I'm afraid the defense has raised a good point. It appears you have been holding back something.
And I must tell you what it is that I saw.
Yes. The happenings in this trial are being recorded, and I'm certain it will be on the news in Bulgaria. You understand your reputation is at stake. It falls to you to avoid tarnishing it.
Personally speaking, I still believe that cross-examining her will yield us absolutely nothing. But she knew how Mr. Latouz died, and he named her as a witness. You must have seen something, Lamoire.
Very well. Please continue your testimony.
Very well, I shall.
Okay, at least we're getting a new one. Every time it adds one, I keep forgetting what the new statement is. What I saw too!
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. But it wasn't Maki. It was a grown person. I know it was.
So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say?
This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, your forehead.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin your cross-examination.
Great going, Apollo. You were right about her. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Yeah, we know that. Oh, well, we know that, yes. Can't ask for a better testimony than that. I'm not so sure it's all that simple, Tracy. The critical flaw in this testimony. I have to point it out even if it isn't good for our case. Okay, I'm not sensing ones. I'm just going to press everything. So you were heading toward the dressing room? Yes. So this is a little before she opened the dressing room door and dropped her brooch. About the same time Emma and I heard those shots, I was on my way back. What exactly is something like a little window? Yes, window is the best word I know in English. I think this is how it is said, yes. You need not worry, Lemoire, your choice of words is impeccable. There was a small window in the dressing room in question. Perhaps the defense remembers this detail? That little window on the wall. I saw the crime from there. You are certain you heard 2 shots fired? Yes, quite certain. I was on my way to the backstage exit. This was when I heard a faint sound, like a gunshot. Wondering what it had been, I peered through the window. That is when I heard the second gunshot much closer. And there were 2 bullet holes at the scene, no contradiction so far. It all happened on the other side of that window. There was nothing I could do. It wasn't Maki who shot, are you sure? Yes, quite certain. It amuses me that you would question her testimony. It is testimony in your favor. Isn't it my job to object? Yeah, Paulo, what were you thinking? Trucy, let's just listen to what Lemoire has to say. Can you tell me how you were so sure? Yes, you see. Oh, that contradicts how they exited. A grown person. That's a little vague. But I'm sorry, my skill with your language is lacking, I know.
Certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female.
It was a man, a young man.
And you're sure of that?
His voice was quite clear.
Voice? Looking at this diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter.
As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? If it was Mr. Latouche who spoke, I would have known.
Indeed. So you were at the window, and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man.
Oh, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Maki.
Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of this testimony?
Okay, it could be one of 2 things. Either, well, there was a loudspeaker playing music very loud in the room, so she couldn't hear voices, or number 2, if the only way to exit was through a tiny vent, then a grown person couldn't have been the perpetrator. So either way, it's contradictory. Though it pains me to say this, there's something about Lemoire's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Air Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man could pass through that air vent. Yeah, that's the first one. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lemoire has to be lying.
I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as their forehead says, yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. Probably going to bring up the loudspeaker. What next? What's he talking about? Memoir. I understand why you would want to protect Maki. Yet remember, you are the siren of the valley. And lies do not become such a creature.
What does the prosecution mean?
Apollo, what's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well, but the state of the room. Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. Oh, I forgot all about that. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure. Memoir, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat less. She's the only eyewitness we have. So you say. And the victim named her, the siren, as the witness? That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche... We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Judge?
Yes?
The prosecution requests that the witness be excused. Please.
I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility.
But if Lamar can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Maki's innocence.
This cross-examination is over. Prosecutor Gavin, you may continue making your case.
Okay. Now, where were we? Yes, I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Wait, let me hear Lamar's testimony one last time.
But the cross-examination is already over. Until such a time as a need arises. This witness may leave the stand.
I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. At last, back to the real trial. Ready, forehead? I hope I didn't dismiss my only chance. Line Detective, how far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Don't ask me. I just like saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore.
If you would, Miss Sky.
I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through that air vent on the ceiling.
Oh, yes, there was only one door in the room. And a witness, you were standing in front of it.
That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through.
I certainly would have a difficult time.
You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance. I couldn't have put it better myself.
She does state a clear case. Though, reading the reports, something caught my eye.
Oh, what's that?
The circumstances of the defendant's arrest.
The circumstances? Again? Hey, that's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Maki? That was bizarre. She's right. Why did Mr. Latouche's body disappear from the room? And end up on top of that stage tower? Holding a guitar, no less. Perceptive observation there, Judge.
Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work at this job long enough. You get a nose for things.
The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Line Detective, perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? The missing body. I believe Maki stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lamore's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim, and Maki practically left his signature at the scene. All of this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lamore's song? Yes, the Guitar Serenade. You noticed its code too, did you not? Its code. All the events that day followed the lyrics to our song. First, the keys my heart held onto so tightly were stolen. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latouche's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky.
That's It's mad. It's like a story out of some fairy tale.
I admit I'd forgotten about the song, but there it is now, waiting for me. Grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that.
I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing?
It's a wild world out there, Judge.
Very well. We've heard one song and dance. Let's get on to the next. The cross-examination.
I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. What do you mean by a signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. Bullet holes? The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and left a hole in the wall.
And that means what exactly?
That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off at the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible to miss at that range.
Difficult to miss, you say?
Very. Assuming the shooter could properly aim. No, you can't be serious. Maki, he can't see. That's why he missed. It's the only explanation that makes sense. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time, yeah. Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound.
A blind shooter. No wonder he missed.
I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? I mean, the obvious thing is that how in the fuck is this 14-year-old supposed to fire this? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. That doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim.
That's certainly possible.
And it might have been the revolver's fault.
The revolver?
The revolver was a very large caliber, correct?
If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why, it could dislocate their shoulder.
Exactly. The defendant, Maki Tabaya, is, as you can see, tiny. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim.
A convincing argument, to be sure.
Aha, take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Maki being tiny? And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of admitting that he did it? Oh. Does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was, without a doubt, the defendant. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Yuck! Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. Let's get the facts of the matter on the record. If you would, Fraulein Detective.
Very well. The witness will add this to her testimony.
Right. From the state of the crime scene, I conclude the shooter was blind. What would be the objection? Is that they found their way out? You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. Wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made a most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant was the only one who could have escaped through the air vent. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? That's what I was thinking. Ah, very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain. Certainly seems sure of himself. Call the crime scene, if you would. There was a stepladder below the air vent. As it happened, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodial staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Maki Tabaya. They would have known that there would be a way out at the top of that stepladder. Why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only need to consider what that stepladder was doing there.
Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder.
Well, in a forehead, out of ammunition, perhaps. I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive. He's caught the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? You know what we need? We need something to prove the killer could see. That'll put him in his place. Even the shooter was siding to do it. Well, he tackled the only thing I was thinking of. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence that can prove that, though? Da. This is tricky. They mentioned the music being loud, so it's just like he knew it. He knew it ahead of time, and that's why he knew the ladder was there and where to go. This one's tricky. I gotta think about it. It wouldn't be like there was shit in the way, right? I feel like he would just know and move around it. It's tricky. Everyone backstage was told by the main, including him. Way out.
There's got to be something. I don't know what, though. I am confused. YouTube, don't take down this stream just because I'm looking. Okay? This is important. I gotta make sure the stream didn't go down just because I'm looking at a piece of evidence. Okay. Think. Do I have evidence that can prove he could see? If I do, I don't know what it is. Let me think about this. Any evidence to prove that he could see? Do I? I don't know. Oral. I'm at a loss. Oh, it's got to be this, right? Because they wiped away the blood that the message in blood that he was writing. Because why would it be wiped away? Fine, I accept the prosecution's challenge. As I know you would, F4head. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Maki, who's blind, did it.
The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see.
If it's not this, I legitimately don't know. This is that evidence.
The photograph of the crime scene.
I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face. But this is no time to think twice. Time to press on. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Then perhaps you'd best show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah?
Very well. Show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. The contradiction at the scene of the crime is...
Right there. Contradiction is right here. Smeared bloodstains.
I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I have seen many times in this court.
It's almost as if he wrote something. Ah, I get it. At least I think I get it. Guess what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write but the shooter's name? And what would he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good, huh? Thanks for making my point for me. Yes, in fact, that's what I think happened here.
That does seem to be a distinct possibility.
The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a logical conclusion. Right, I just wish it wasn't all rubbed out like that.
Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer, I certainly want to leave my own name behind.
Neither would I. No one has anything else to say.
About what?
So the prosecution accepts this? You agree this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of the killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it was... Wait.
Once he saw what it was.
What did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Oh. If the crime scene itself contradicts that, the killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court that the defendant, Makito Baye, is blind? He couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible! That was a tough one.
Order, order, order! Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this all means. I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet up until now.
It seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaffners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred during our concert. Apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Hey, Paula, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective, if I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Makito Baye is blind? Huh? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So does Lamar lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Makito Baye. According to this, Makito Baye can see perfectly well. What? His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. You said... What did I say exactly? At forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes. Consider, Makito Baye sees, and he was the only one who could have fled through the air. I see no problems with this. What about the bullet holes in the wall? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe our forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was the kickback from the .45 caliber revolver. A simple accident, in other words. Ugh. How's that? I'm afraid your objection has just flown off the brighter skies. Ugh. This is where the real fun begins, at forehead. Ah! Ow, this mouse drooping like that is so funny. I knew you didn't have what it took. Courage. That's got to be like a translation. Because nobody says that unironically. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out.
Oh, if we can please end the bickering now.
Whatever. I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me.
But your testimony's already given us enough to convict the defendant.
Don't say that. What? It's bloodstain. The criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened, yes. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right. But this, it's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Oh, yes. Have we done those tests yet? As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court now. Alright, go for it, Apollo. Well, I have to do the test? That was quick. You just have to spray the luminol on it. Simple. Chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere.
Yes, I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it.
Right, ready? It's easy as pie. Just press X to spray an area. Here, give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Apollo, your hand's shaking. Let's do this. What the fuck? Their serial number. Wow, it really works. This must be the power of science. It says IPXX314206. Is that the killer's name?
Maybe it is if the killer was a robot.
Ah, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most undercover agents working to solve international crimes. But why he would write that number? Why would Mr. Latus even know a number like that? Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on! Your Honor, we can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Go check into this Interpol ID number.
Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27.
Oddly specific.
I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems, yet if this number is really that of an Interpol agent...
Oh, wait, I know. What if Maki Tobias is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility.
A possibility, yes, and one that would mark him as the killer for certain.
Why did Latus know an Interpol ID number? That's what I want to know. Well, we have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Maki Tobias. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could, in fact, see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. He had me into that last bit. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Maki pretend he couldn't see? Exactly. It makes little sense. What do you think, Air Forehead? Oh, I'm saving myself, Mr. Autosave. Huh? Me? Until I pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He helped me start the trial. He's been leaning on this whole time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why.
I suppose people who have sort of Romullian records really are something else.
What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Maki Tobias pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Get the picture now? It wasn't for himself.
Well, Mr. Justice, could you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness?
I can make a guess. Marky had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it could be. Good show, and for that, it seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well, look at this. This is why Vinny couldn't see. Give me just 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I think what they're trying to get at is that Lamoire's blind and he is her handler as opposed to the other way around. But how do I prove that? Sightseeing? That'd be really stupid if that was it. But I don't know what else it would be. She dropped her brooch, but she just said, oh, I must have dropped it when I looked in for 2 seconds. Is that not it? Okay. Well, let's go back. And it could see. It wasn't for his own sake. Yeah. Lamoire's the blind one. She's doing that as a ploy. So is it? So the thing is she pretends she can't speak English. He pretends he can't see, but he can't speak English, and she can't see. That's weird that they did it the other way around like that, but. But how do I prove that? Is it this? Like, what shows that she's blind? She didn't know she was missing it, but I mean, that's not that big a deal. Most people wouldn't know they're missing it. I don't know how I should prove it.
That is Lamoire.
Lamoire and Maki Tobaye. Recall their relationship. In particular, their unique arrangement over the years before visiting our country. Lamoire and her pianist. They would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind. She led him at all times, never letting him go. All times. Yet we have just learned something that makes our arrangement peculiar indeed. Loki could see. Why did they have to keep up this act the whole time?
But was it part of their performance?
I think there's a simpler explanation. Loki did not need to be led by the hand at all. That can only mean one thing. Ah! Really? Really. It was all the other way around. The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lamoire!
What's this? So you mean to say Lamoire is... she's...
Yes, Your Honor. Lamoire is blind.
What? Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin.
Is it now?
Please shed some sanity on this madness. The defense has made an outrageous claim.
The only thing outrageous I see about the defense is his vast forehead. Yet I see it is not vast in vain for this time. He's quite correct.
But that makes no sense.
Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lamoire herself? I believe she is still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? Don't ask me. I had no idea she could see. I hadn't even imagined it until now.
Bailiff, bring in Lamoire.
It pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way. And yet, I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, you really can't see, really. It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world.
So you are...
Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lamoire. Know, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for me.
I see.
You may recall me saying something toward the beginning of this trial, Forehead. What's that? I believe I said it was unfortunate this crime had no direct witnesses. Now, Lamoire, I must ask you to stand once more. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor?
Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here.
I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. Lamoire's eyes. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others.
But this is a murder trial.
I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would... She told us the truth in the beginning. When she said she saw nothing.
Very well. Does the defense have anything to add?
I'd like to cross-examine. But what is there left to ask? There's one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Perhaps it is best we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself.
Very well. The defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness.
Okay. There's only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. I suppose that's her confession of sorts. There's just one part that bothered me. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. That's probably the only one that, I'll try to press. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager. So he knew. And that's what's been bugging me.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. He's alive. Sisters, can you hear me? Cold, so cold. Witness. Oh, don't worry. We got it. Help's on the way. Oh, he said can't see. Mr. Latus told me to ask the witness, and he named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There's no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more.
The witness, Siren. We've heard them many times, along with the little play acting by our defense.
I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. I mean, what he said before that. Before? What came before that? Ah! That's right. He tried to tell you. When he said, can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. He was talking about the witness.
I see.
Bet the defense did not. Well, forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time.
Order.
Recall Lamor's earlier testimony. From my way to station backstage exit, the 2 shots. Couldn't do anything to stop it.
But she couldn't have heard those gunshots. I thought we proved that.
That is not the most important point. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latus witnessed her through that window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We've already run a simulation, of course. But it was so clear. If I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant.
Your Honor. Oh, what is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation?
Oh, the Interpol number that Mr. Latus left us.
Oh, well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterward. Detective Crescent, your report, please.
I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian.
Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent?
IPXX314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latus. What? Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latus himself. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So, when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own identity. And a cautious killer tried to wipe him away. Mr. Latus was an undercover Interpol agent. So him being Lamor's manager was just a cover, most likely. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns that .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon, apparently belonged to Romain Latus. He had an Interpol permit to carry firearms, and the registration number on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. Hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. The victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's gotta tie in somehow, you think. Yeah, somehow.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
No problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Hold it. Wait.
Is something the matter?
That voice just now. Darian. Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I am sure of it.
It was him.
You aren't saying... That voice I heard, talking to Mr. Latus. When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him. Mr. Darian. Some kind of joke? What? No way.
courtroom fell into such a chaotic state the trial had to be suspended temporarily. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get an accusation like that one. Lamar fingering Darian Crescent. Hot. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lamar heard? Things were changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. Oh, good time for a break. Need to rest my voice for a little bit. Yes, after a quick and well-deserved break, we will continue shortly.
Okay, so about a 20-minute break. I think that's enough time to get re-energized and continue on to the next day of investigation. July 9th, 2:12 p.m., Right Anything Agency. Hey, Apollo. What? Well, actually nothing. I mean, something. Or maybe not. Out with it. This is giving me an ulcer. Well, the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee. I guess I would, well, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. Maki avoided a guilty verdict, which is something, though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. It literally just happened. What? Yes, if you have amnesia like her, then I guess this is useful. Oh, I didn't mean to stop reading. And the victim, Mr. Latouche, who would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent? What a mess. And we don't have any idea what he was investigating. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. And Mark told the whole court. Another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What is he, some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? My headphones glitched out there. I had to restart them. I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret. Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. You got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Alright. Now knock those trophies out of the way. Mr. Charlie, potted plant. Huh? His leaves are looking a little brown. Morning, Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie, your leaves. Maybe you weren't giving him enough water? No, it must be stress. He's worried about the new recruit at the office. Hey, don't blame it on me. You are watering him, right? It's Daddy's turn to water him this week. Mr. Charlie's been away on his top secret mission, though. I'm sorry, Mr. Charlie. It's all my fault. I'll water you soon, I promise. Alright, I gotta make sure to do that in the upcoming games as well. And I gotta do that in the next episode. Give me a second, still waiting trophy. Stuff. Okay, I got it. Darian did it. Lamar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. She said she'd never forgotten the voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Orphan ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. Miss Reynolds was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe it's Darian even? Mm-hmm. You bet I did. He's one of the Governor's guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. Rock! He couldn't have shot Michelle Fizz backstage. But Lamar heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Agent Matisse. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Well, Interpol, they're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lamar? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. I'll be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. Remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we're always working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What Mr. Latou's up to? Ah ha 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 ha. Jersey, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. How can you even make Mr. Hat laugh like that? Oh, Jesus. I gotta think of a voice for this motherfucker.
Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. What the fuck does that say?
Grammar Eye? That's a fucking stupid name. Hey, the other day.
We meet again.
Nice to meet you. Who are you? Could you please stop smirking like that? Ah, it's you, Uncle Valance. Uncle Valance? He's your uncle? Oh, silly. It's the great Grammar Eye, Valent Grammar Eye, the Grand Magician.
Yes, it is I, the great Valent Grammar Eye, as seen on television.
And could you please stop smirking like that?
It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown.
Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what's a great magician doing paying us a visit?
I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls.
He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. He's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Cat? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Is he really father? True Grammar Eye. Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about True Grammar Eye. True Grammarly? No. I'm going to assume he's mispronouncing it. It does sound kind of familiar.
Oh, lost life. Lamentably listless lad. Do not know the greatest troupe of magicians on the planet.
Valent Grammar Eye, the name begins to surface in my mind. It's the name I'd heard on television as a child. Bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all his gold disappear from a safe, and then escaped from a high-security prison? You said he's a magician?
I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of True Grammar Eye.
Wait. What, Apollo?
I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? Duo? Yeah, you had a partner? Something, Grammar?
Yes, Zack. Zack Grammar, a masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship.
Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Daddy? Oh, no way. Lucy's father.
Once upon a time, Grammar included two grand magicians. Myself, Valens Grammar, and my partner, Zack.
And this Zack was... He was my real daddy. Lucy's father, the magician. I guess it makes sense. I had no idea. Not much point talking about it. Not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit.
Reasons?
Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valen.
I'm sure you are.
Not one for modesty, are you?
When I encountered you at the Colosseum the first time in 7 years, I could feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans, and to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy, was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm the defense attorney, actually.
My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape? Were we still using those in 2007?
Quite so. A recording of the concert, no less. I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of True Grammar. Will you watch it?
What's that movie? Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things in her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valiant Kramer has good reasons to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at the concert. Videotape received from Valiant. Taped recording of Lamoire's performance.
What's this? You would ask me for a miracle? Free of fee? Then thy wish be granted. Thy will be done. Thy evidence evicted into the ether.
No evicting, please. Are all magicians like this, I wonder? So I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamoire vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded.
A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation, whatever the
Fuck that means.
a modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air.
So you're the one who knows how it was all done.
Of course, I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards, not grasp tightly twixt my fingers. It's a potent primeval power I possess.
Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, Lucy, that's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not.
I know, for my illusions are mine alone, sir. Also
what?
recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience.
Oh,
Don't even ask, I won't answer.
bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on?
I, Valiant Grammar, I now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valen. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not, I shall not. I have been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the sea.
So you'll be at the concert venue today.
Correct. You would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile.
The world of his cloak in a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. I've got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made the landlord disappear, and how he knows Trucy and her real father. I'm not sure about that, sorry. I was ripping up the dance floor at the time of the shooting, after all. How many times I see that there, it still strikes me as odd. Really? I guess I've gotten used to it after growing up with it always around the house. What kind of a home did you grow up in? I'd hide in there when we played hide and seek. You just get in, slide the sections around, and you're impossible to find. I bet you would be. Got some tea. Here you go. Thanks, that's nice. But this is not the time to be drinking tea! That's right, we have to get investigating. Oh, that was a close call. We almost relaxed. There's several books of magic and some of the legal books on the shelves. I dusted them recently. Nothing like the gleam of clean books. It's one of those hats you pull things out of, right? Of course. My hat's like a little universe. Bigger on the inside than on the outside. It reminds me of a sci-fi show I used to watch. Incidentally, my pocket's a little universe too. And my panties, I get the idea. How's your magic deck coming along? I've been working on my cups and balls routine. Is that the one where the ball moves from under one cup to the other? That's right, the very same. Here, watch. First I put one of the cups over the ball, then I snap my fingers. Ta-da! The ball's under the cup. It's not there. I'll pull something out of my magic panties. Nice try. Guess I know what I'll be doing tonight. Practicing. You could be my audience, Apollo. This photo is of your father, Trucy? Someday I'll be as good a magician as that Grammar. You'll see. No wonder she's so devoted to her art. You should have seen him on stage, Apollo. He made things disappear right and left. Poof, poof, poof. Until he even made himself disappear. Cool, huh? Yeah. Is that how it really happened? I've seen some restaurants that sell out real food to show what's on the menu. I have too, but I noticed something strange. One time there was a sandwich without any lettuce. Like it had disappeared by magic. I'm sure someone just swiped the lettuce and ate it. Like that sandwich. You didn't. Apollo, you shouldn't eat sample food no matter how hungry you are. Just how hard up do you think I am? You know, that ring kind of gets in the way. Our client the other day tripped on it and fell on the floor. Sending my ring rolling out the door. You know how long it took me to find it? You know how long it took to calm down the client? And in the end, they walked out without hiring us. Did you clean up a bit? Don't you think props give the office a festive, fun-filled mood? I'm not sure law offices have to be festive and fun-filled. Apollo, this is the Right Anything agency. As CEO, I want an office that says we know how to have fun. I guess it is her office, isn't it? July 9th, Detention Center Visitor's Room. Maki may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. But they don't have any decisive evidence. I responded to your inner thoughts. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, airband. And he lied. Lied? Maki Tobai can see. Maki. Speak of the devil. Looks like he's doing okay. I forget, why did we come here? Not like we can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Kind of hard to build a court case on feelings, but since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. Need someone to complain to, I'll listen. I think she's actually worried for me. His eyes when he looks at Maki are gentle. Maybe he has a kid the same age. 14? Oh. 44. Is he the oldest? I guess so. I don't feel a sudden urge to make a silly face. It's trial today. So what'd you think of the trial today? Ooh, glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. All's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Like he might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. What the hell? Huh? Does he understand English too? What an asshole. Lamar's testifying. I'm glad Lamar testified. What a great person. And then got Maki off the hook by naming another suspect. Or the Gaviners, the detective. I wonder if Maki knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went along. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borganian. He doesn't speak English. Yeah, my bracelet's reacting to him. Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Like he lied about not being able to see. What if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get him to some kind of undeniable evidence. I'll be back, Maki. I guess that's the cue to GTFO. Oh wow, I haven't seen you outside. July 9th, Sunshine Coliseum. Ooh, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. The weather matters for an investigation. Don't some days feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Oh, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. Then you're in luck because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. That's like a little girl talking to him. What's that? Creature there. Oh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. It's life-size. Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yes, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing the true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. Look, a blimp. The balloons next to it have sponsor ads on them. Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off. It's after the department store next door. I see Gaviner's guilty as charged. Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge. Mr. Gavin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trixie. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Look, a massive sign for the guilty as charged store. A giant Prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. God, that's what that is? Well, maybe I can take it to the office when they're done with it. Where could you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. And I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes in expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Little dog. July 9th, backstage hallway. Mr. Attorney. I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You are merely defending Maki. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get 5. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now, and we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place, so she claimed yesterday. But how? You think you could tell me about this? I'm sorry, but my information about the outside world is somewhat limited. I only know what I have heard or felt. Maybe that explains why she didn't react when I showed her stuff the other day. I'm still pretending she could see them. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? You teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Alan Gramrod. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Gramrod made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. It's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small. Maybe no one's noticed it. I kind of want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? It does stick out in my mind for some reason. That would be the Blue Badger, the police mascot. There's a guy outside in a giant Blue Badger costume lumbering about. He stands out even more than those Gaviner's posters. It's all the same. He's the band mascot too, you know. I can't picture Prosecutor Gavin go for that kind of thing. Neither can I. But there's a story there just waiting to be told. I like this music. It's like a different arrangement of the guitar serenade. I'm thirsty, Apollo. Have something to drink. How about this one? Oh, that's the same dialogue. Trying to see if there's any new dialogue. That's the governor's dressing room. They're all out on the investigation. Being backstage isn't half as glamorous without a band here. It's a large dressing room in the scene of the crime. It's kind of lightly guarded for being a crime scene. I'm not complaining. It makes it easier for us to go in. And Emma gave us her okay, right? We can wander in and do as we like. How's Emma doing anyway? Hope she's not getting catty from eating all those chocolate snickoos. The voice. That's quite a statement you made today in court about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. It just happened. I'm not reading it again. I don't feel like it. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it really was Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah. She certainly thinks it was. Maki. I met Maki before my debut. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia. He was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? Maki pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Maki, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Maki would never harm a soul. Mr. Latouche. Ah, yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. Someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. Darkness. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became unborn. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. All that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming memoir is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? You think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lenoir. Thank you. Maki, too, tells me this often, when I fear where I might have been. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. What'd you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. Well, hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you.
So can I put it on? It said attached to Trucy. Receiver/transmitter for voice signals, all concert staff worldwide. Attached? So not some kind of robot Apollo. One of the staff is wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. I think he's queer. Interesting. I'm pretty sure that's a smoother frame rate than on the DS, but it's also been a while. 10-4 that, little buddy. It's Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? No one answered. Don't be silly. What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? It's like Emma not performing forensic investigation. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Can I ask you about this headset, Lenoir? You said that all concert staff were wearing one.
That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members, too, I should think.
So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on, too, then.
They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. Think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline? So why was this one lying here? There we go. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Oh, am I looking as grumpy as ever? Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that without you. I suppose. And that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct or something? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guess. You're not going to find any clues in there. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? Hold on a minute. Speaker for monitoring the stage was blaring at the time of the shooting. It's a pretty old model for such a nice place. I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a lost fidelity would possibly make that music worse. Its speakers must cost a lot. Do you have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo? Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take. What? But that's almost $600! $5 a month? Poor Trucy. When she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. I got my trophy, Trucy's woes. I didn't get any allowance growing up, so take that. Take that! I think that's it for this episode. All the optional conversations I need. Not that I'm not going to look at them all again. The way those bullets tore through this thick wall. The revolver really was something else. I wonder if someone as little as me could even fire it. Dislocating your shoulder would kind of put a crimp on your stage career. Daddy always has stiff shoulders. Maybe that could loosen them up. Don't even mention it. I'm afraid he might go out and actually try it. Nah, he doesn't have the guts to pull the trigger, I bet. Right after the shooting took place, Lamar tried to come into the dressing room and dropped her brooch. I think that fits with the other stuff we know. I think the timing when she dropped it is important. Yeah, something about it bugs me, that's for sure. Shooter must have used that to climb up to the vent. All this tragedy because someone left a stepladder here. I don't think Mr. Latouche was shot because of the ladder. Think it was Monty? I guess. The evidence is pretty small after all. Does that prove he was at the scene? Did he escape in the time between the gunshots and us opening the door? Look, it's fruit. Fruit, Apollo, fruit! I heard you the first time. There's a lot of fruit. It doesn't even miss a bit of watermelon. I know. I'll make it vanish into my stomach. Better not. They might make you pay for it. If you have the money for that, you should probably repaint the office first. Watermelons are that expensive? This could have been imported from some exotic locale for all we know. One of the biggest, most expensive-looking TVs I've ever seen. Too bad you'll never own it. They were just kind of harsh, Brucey. And out for all eternity, then. Same difference. Poster for another show. This summer, a legal production of Case Closed. I looked into that performance group. Turns out they're all law enforcement related, too. Apparently, their serious portrayal of Law and Order is a big draw. That sounds so boring, it's probably pretty interesting. A complicated man, Mr. Apollo Justice. A Gaviner's poster. How many of those do they put up anyway? Prosecutor Gavin looks so cool on stage. You should learn to play the guitar too, Apollo. You can accompany my magic act. It'd certainly be a novelty act, if nothing else. I'll think about it if I ever lose my attorney's badge. Oh, I can actually move now. Thanks, game. Some heavy-duty bouquet there. I have trouble thinking of flowers as being heavy-duty. They call lots of things heavy-duty. Not flowers, they don't. What about a heavy scent? Think you mean heavy? What if the flowers were plastic? They still wouldn't be heavy. Okay, but what if they were made out of metal? What, like a magnolia made out of steel? Exactly. So I hope all my fans don't start throwing metal flowers at me. Seeing these mirrors lined up like that makes me think I'm really in a dressing room. Look at all that makeup. All I know is they sure don't make for much of a clue. Yeah, I guess she's not into makeup yet. Some of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Is that what they're really called? Permanent dryers? Do I look like a beautician? I just know they dry your hair and give you a permanent. It just doesn't sound very glamorous, you know. Okay, how about a perm machine? Or you could go more simple, like permer. This isn't a bad game, being official names for things. Not that it makes the name actually official or anything. Stack of presents for Lambour. Stars always get the biggest presents. You know, you could give me a present, Apollo. Here, have a piece of candy. Gee, thanks. She must have killed a lot of presents. Poor girl. This was the window where Lambour saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see, but she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? Look, the carpet's been torn up here. That's the part we did the luminol testing on in court. Luminol? What's luminol? It's luminol. Get it right. Oh, she did say luminol. It's kind of scary when it comes to science. Let's learn the word and not incite her wrath again. Murder weapon, so it belonged to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Latouche was a big man, but not the person who shot him. It may have to be about his size. You're a bit like Mr. Right. He always carries his badge around too. Huh? I think he did it so he never forget who he was or his duty as a defender. Something like that. Pretty noble, really. Guess there really isn't a need for me to carry this around, though it seems to have made a decent impression. take a look at this, Emma? Emma? The rate of chewing is increasing. Better back off before it's too late. That's an Interpol issue revolver, right? Which means it belonged to Mr. Latouche. He must have had it to begin with. Sounds that way. So if it was Maki, I'm saying Maki stole it from Mr. Latouche? Now that's really hard to imagine doing. Trial today. I'm at my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me, and it makes me even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lamar's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. The case. Is it true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics? Guitar serenade, you mean? I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen, and Lamar flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire, and in the end a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And he went up into the sky with the guitar, or 15 feet up at least. It's kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me, I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So what'd you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think? I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Like on a beetle? Or like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you say? I don't get to talk about it or add it to my inventory. So she's just going to mention it? Great. I kind of like it when it's all quiet. July 9th in the wings. Good song. Isn't that the one Lamar was singing? Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade. I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. House is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh. That's right, I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication.
Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is!
Uncle Valet! What exactly are you doing here?
I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
Landmark's an illusion. Ooh.
Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is a stage and me upon it. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True. You're getting in on years. How much time left to make your mark, huh?
This is not how I was seeing it.
So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. I was wondering about the stunt in this video, right in the middle of the song. Oh, I've already went through this dialogue, haven't I? Damn, if only I could fast forward through it. Oh, just tell me how to do it, Trixie. I don't know. Aren't you part of the same secret club? Let's see.
Proof positive of your profession, yes?
Yeah.
Might I have a look? Oh, what's this? It is gone!
What'd you do with my attorney's badge?
Don't be alarmed. Miss Trucy, take a look into your toppet if you would.
It's your badge, Apollo. What's it doing in there? It's amazing, wasn't it, Apollo? You called that pouch of her waist a toppet? Some kind of magician speak? Still can't believe we found Maki and Mr. Latus up on top of that tower. Yeah, I used to not like high places. Now I hate them. It's not like it would have been nice if we found a dead body closer to the ground. So that reminds me, Daddy's bad with heights too. Oh, no kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over and over. Poor guy. Because he jumped off a fucking bridge that was on fire once? They left it sitting open like that. Lamoire's illusion. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lamoire's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song, he said, "Make her disappear, like a dream."
Like a dream.
But what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Grammari are concerned.
So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
Troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself. Thanks. One big piano. Never actually played one. Should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good. He can't play either. I feel bad for the guy now. Maybe he has a big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Pick that noise just now? Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Come take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, this was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Switch placed in pocket. Found on the stage, it's a switch for something, and that's about all I know.
Truth Grammar Eye.
I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Grammar Eye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort.
Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone told him that and he made a guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnify Grammar Eye. Wow, that's fucking stupid. It was he who began the great Truth Grammar Eye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV.
Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Pride for magic no longer heard the TV screen a barren waste stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing in supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We own our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammar Eye, but for my partner.
Your partner, you mean?
Yes, Zach.
Trucy's father.
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammar Eye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Fallon Grammar Eye.
Val and Zach.
Our founder, Magnify, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go... What happened to the jet again? Someone doesn't remember as well as they thought.
Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zach and I had the talent. No time at all, Valence and Zach were the shining stars in the Grammar Eye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Grammar Eye was my daddy.
Now that Magnify and Zach are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valence Grammar Eye, who brings the Grammar Eye miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skills by my side.
One skill coming up. How did we manage to get off topic of the case so quickly all the time? You think you could take a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press the switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. Signal. You mean an electronic signal. What is it, Apollo? Say, Emma. You know that strange object you said you found? Oh, this? Let me try pressing this switch. Yeah! It's on fire! This device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ugh! Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. You know, it lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. The switch. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive? Oh, just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's no sparks flying around here, just you two talking. Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. A transmitter, huh? Remote trigger updated in the court record. Found on stage triggers the igniter within 30 feet. Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lamar's dressing room, that covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. Form diagram added to the court record. Cross-section diagram of the Sunshine Coliseum. Guess I'd best be getting on with my own investigation. I'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now.
I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Igniter add to the core reactor. Out the crime scene emits a flame when triggered by remote control. The switch triggers an igniter. Too bad. I was hoping it was for a bomb that would blow up the whole Coliseum. You're scaring me. If I hears you talking like that, she'll arrest you. And then she'll do all sorts of scientific tests, like splitting your hairdo into 3 separate spikes, while she stands by laughing and laughing in her high-pitched voice. I said she'd arrest you, not me. She's not some kind of mad scientist. You just hear someone laughing. All these little parts, it's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that, building machine front even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says. Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Cruzy. Okay. What do I do with this evidence? That's the chunk I'll say. What? Come to life, the murderer? Are you? That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks! They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Arian isn't in the best of moods, is he? How many people are these days, it seems? It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid! Looks like a cheery fellow. Look, if you want to talk about the case, talk to someone else, Kay. Don't want Gavin have another one of his hissy fits. Your alibi. So about your alibi. You have to ask. Shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. Found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage. Your guitar playing was something else. Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's Lamoire's fault. She's the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me? Prosecutor Gavin. They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin, since I gotta lie low until suspicion's cleared. What suspicion? He could be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin, a stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You're whining the other day. Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. Have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune. I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much.
No, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally, I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Oh, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. That's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Hell, I went into that crime scene. We'll be going now. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping! Don't get led astray by some siren song, man. Get this one wrong, you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? I give Dari in prison. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Gavin's office. I like that bookcase on his desk. That's pretty cool. And I like that chair over there too. So this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Well, I guess I have to come back. Oh, we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. At the eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting quietly so he won't notice. What if he heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just give me that report. Chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? Sounds like this when I start to miss Darian. Huh? Hiya. Hee just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tee-hee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Let's get Gavin, the philanthropist. What you learn, Apollo? So who have you come to see? Huh? Javier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We're either asking about the concert or the case. I think I said it before, but he's like one of the few prosecutors who doesn't start off like a gigantic asshole or a villain. Wow, look at that stereo. Me, a life without music is inconceivable. True that. I never turn down the volume even when I'm working on a case. That's such a huge speaker. It must be really loud. The room is completely soundproof, of course. Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something. Is Japan just that slow to adapt? Like, this game came out, like, not even 20 years ago. Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to him, work something out. And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice trainees. Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too. View's exhilarating, yeah? I sit here gazing down upon the city, writing my songs. I'm working on cases. It is the same thing. I write lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is a harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirit within. It's so hard to admit that you like staring at your window and daydreaming. What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused. I was just wondering where the work chair in this office is. You're looking at my favorite chair right now. That's a massage chair, isn't it? That is an ergonomic, adjustable office. I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. Look at all the guitars. Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They're like My lovers. I did not just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches. That might be a little too rocking. Of course, I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the one he loves? Oh, no, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. Never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing. How's that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum? He was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. It's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? It's like a lump of plastic. Like a phone call. That, guys, that's not even like 2 minutes ago. Don't get all nostalgic for something that literally just happened. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. You were the one digging me for a scandal, Mr. Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something an undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after. This lump? Do you mind telling us what you do know about it? This display shows all the evidence for the case. Look, Apollo, he's got 3 televisions. Hey, don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once? I wish I had 3 TVs. What would you possibly do with 3 television sets? I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality, I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once. The first 2 seem useful, I suppose. My apologies, but there's no way I'm going to talk details about the case with you. If you want to get my attention, bring me something dramatic. I'm not here to get your attention, Gavin. I'm here to get your information. The case. Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yes. I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, Air Forehead? I read the funnies. You will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the Prosecutor's Deadly Song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless, endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey, that newspaper over there, too? Ah, yes, the Bulgarian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Thanks, I can't read Bulgarian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics of my song. Only no one in Bulgaria could believe it. Probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Bulgarian newspaper added to the court record. Article about the case, it doesn't mention the lyrics of Landmark Ballad. Our testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. This is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. My mom was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You'd understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. Car Serenade. I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Flamoir, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone for Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard her voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really must have a lot of clout. I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did. We wrote a song right there, backstage. Maki on piano, that dulcet voice. Myself on a guitar I borrowed from her. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. There's a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, it's a piece of history. It's only brown, not really charred. No matter. I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either if I could, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did this guitar suddenly catch on fire? You think you could show it to us? The charred, slightly burnt guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Mars guitar. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamar. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar's from Borginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lamar's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I still think he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. Prosecutor gave the guitar out to the court record. A gift from Lamar sent from Borginia, burned the night of the concert. What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It's called the sound hole. So that's what it's called. Well, I found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Broken device? Yes, this, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. He'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Oh, the device looks strangely familiar. A strange lump. This was found in Mr. Latusse's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica. A small lump about 1.5 inches long. Buddy, if you had any idea. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. I mean, whatever Mr. Latousse was after. Seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. Who's went through all that trouble to become Lamar's manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump, and he died for it. Replica added to the court record. Replica of something held by Mr. Latousse, apparently the focus of his investigation. I've sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lamar. Perhaps she knows something about it being a Borginian. To be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Wow, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one? It was at the crime scene in Lamoire's dressing room. Detective Skye found it, actually. At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Air Forehead. Thanks. Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. Never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive. I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information about the strange lump of plastic, the one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Air Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein. Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple, too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got some work to do. Another time, perhaps. He's all right. Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lamoire is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago. Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. Lamoire's missing? Hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Meaning that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. There's slightly scorched in, and there's this. It's burned clean through. That's pretty much a useless piece of junk. Kind of like you after a trial, Apollo. Which part, the burned clean through or the useless piece of junk? There we go. Sample, huh? Maybe put a big enough label on it? Maybe just to keep people from eating it by mistake. Yes, they might think it was an otherwise tasty, multicolored lump of plastic. Maybe it's the manufacturer. Sample toys, when you can't afford the real thing. Sounds like a company Mr. Wright would like. This place is deserted. I wonder where my mom went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess. But I can't help but worry about her a little. July 9th, 4:46 p.m. in the wings. The stage is pitch dark. Power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. It was really dark out there. Dark. That's all Lamore has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo? Huh? What? Doesn't something about this stage seem different to you? Like something's changed? Changed? Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me. It's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before? Huh. I guess someone closed it. Wait, look. The case closes. Something's sticking out. It doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Hey, Lemoire! Emma! We have to get Emma! She was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Tracy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Now it's 5:53 p.m. Hickfield Clinic waiting room. Emma, how's Lemoire? Is she okay? Ah, you. We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So she's okay? Yeah, she came to a short while ago. Found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. Struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. They hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not... Oh. Alright. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Now she's just up and walking around. Ah, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? That must be a recovering patient. Keeps staring at us. What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? The door down the hall reads X-ray room. I never did like X-rays. I don't think I'd enjoy looking at someone's insides. Spotting nervous habits is intense enough. The nurse watches hawk-like from the reception desk. She glares at me whenever I talk. Look at my voice carries. Some visitors are here in the waiting room watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. Check we're on the news. But his current hit song, Guilty Love, is in the courtroom as prosecutor, singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin this, Prosecutor Gavin that. Where's my 15 minutes? The Guitar Serenade on sale now. Attacked! It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. No. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah, darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant didn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. That sounds like a really close call. The assailant. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. Sharp. You're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. I think it was likely an adult, probably a man. Him? Why would anyone attack you, Lemoire? The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. I'm sorry. I've not quite recovered from the attack. She looks like she's had a rough day. I'll just put this piece of evidence away for later. Lemoire, I wanted to ask you about this. You know what this is? This is what? So Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after. You know, in his secret identity as an undercover agent? So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be Organian cocoon. or rather, a convincing replica thereof. I haven't heard of a Borginian cocoon before. Why would he be carrying this around? Is it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Borginian cocoon. Well, they call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginia know of these.
It's a cocoon, so you get silk from it?
I do not know the details, I am sorry to say.
I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these.
There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know.
What's that?
The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death.
Death? Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
But this is just a piece of plastic.
He's carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess.
That's what he was up to? Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling?
Smuggling. It seems I was marked.
Marked?
My life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world.
Ah, so you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you.
On my trips, yes, that was probably the suspicion.
Mr. Latus's place as an undercover agent to look into it.
Borginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside.
Oh shit. I meant to open something on YouTube and I thought it was going to start playing. My apologies. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latus wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Like what? Look, such a tiny ball of thread caused such a commotion. Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latus had Lamoire marked? It could be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lamoire.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Would you come with us if you're well enough?
I see.
Yes, of course.
I shall accompany you.
Where are we going? Come on, Drewson. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Why not sit in our vision room? Maki, we came to talk to you about the case.
Maki.
His expression changed. Did you interpret for us, Lamoire?
Yes.
Maki, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Maki, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well... It's gotta be the cocoon, right? If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? And you got a reaction, a big one.
Maki, you didn't.
Tracy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney,
Can you tell me what this is all about, Lamoire? Please, interpret.
very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it.
He asked you to wait. Do not be so hasty.
Maki,
Do you know everything?
yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have them tell us about it.
Very well.
The cocoon. What is this cocoon anyway?
Still, it's a potent cure.
Cure? Must cure some disease.
It is a cure for incuritis.
Really? A cure for incuritis. Replica update the court record. Replica of a coon from which a remedy for incuritis may be extracted. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine.
I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is, a cure. Mr. Latus was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Maki...
Maki, you weren't.
He couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. You're only 15, you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true, I am sort of a magician. She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security tape. By the same age. He's a year younger. Well, Maki, are you a smuggler?
He won't tell me.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder. You think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Maki really did bring one into the country. Are you planning on making a deal for its sale?
I can't go home.
Can't go home.
I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking the coup from Borginia is death.
That's right, it's punishable by death.
About the case. What about the case?
Let's tell us about Mr. Latus's death. This meeting's over.
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet? Just call from Maki from the Bulgarian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy, we're leaving. Darian, wait. Never liked you, either of you. Huh? You're so close. You're about to tell us. Hey, Apollo? He didn't want us to hear what Maki had to say. Apollo! That can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow in court. Okay, probably our last break. I'll try not to make it too long. We'll wrap this bitch up. It should be the last break, hopefully. If there's another break in the chapters, I'm just going to play through it, probably. Hold on 1 second. Gotta put my glasses on. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And that was yesterday. I like this courtroom music. I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Eek? What was that? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Now, Grandma, I exclaimed as he walked into the door normally. You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valid?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand up on the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand Grammar glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
Glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Lucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell.
And there he goes. Sure seems happy about that illusion thing. All big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. Can't pull off a show without one. Big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves cutting up things like people or elephants or the Eiffel Tower or anything really. He was talking about what we saw at the concert. What was he appearing at? Of course, even Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being the root of all that has happened. About time, shall we go?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. Trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Did something happen?
The first. It was by the judge's request, some urgent personal business.
Afraid everybody stay up too late last night watching courtroom trials.
Apparently he's visiting the hospital.
The hospital?
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning.
The Chief Justice's son? That's right. Remember yesterday morning the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial?
There's an article about it in the newspaper. You care to read about it yourself. Newspaper article at the court record, article about the Chief Justice's son who is afflicted with icteritis.
Of fucking course he is. That'd be like, that would be like if somebody was like, oh man, I came down with something really bad. I've got disease. Give me a minute, my glasses are fogging up. Sorry, just 1 second. Should have done this before I got on here, I understand. Worst case in the country, disease strikes closer to home than ever before. I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV guide page to me. Try not to lose a page with the funnies if you can. 10th, 10:30 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3.
My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say the name again?
Maki Tobae, our suspect Fortissimo. Okay, that's all you can read.
Right. It's his trial in any case.
Defense is prepared, Your Honor. Prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Curitis, was it? The article said there's no known cure. Now, Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
Yeah. Big number, and then big revelation. Hold it. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darian would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darian Crescent is a member of my band, the Gavners. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reasoning is? Aren't you aware, forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Gavners ripped up the stage during the first set. In the second set, our guest took center stage. The other performers appearing were myself, War, and Maki, along with the drummer and the bassist, for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. My War and the defendant, Maki Tobae, left the stage at that point, and the Gavners were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you, and Apollo. You heard them too, right? Sure did. Furthermore, Lamar herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. But she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on the stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
I had a save file. It's true, when I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Lamar was sadly mistaken. Her testimony can't be true.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Oh no, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now, must be Gavin's case at its height. She might have been lying to protect Maki and rely on her testimony. Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? He was trying to tell us something. No, I think the best thing to do is ask him under oath.
Very well. The court finds the defendant. What's his name again?
Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean I do. The defense calls defendant Maki Tobae to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
Well, use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as I love you and where's the toilet. Defense would like to request Lamoire as the interpreter.
Lamoire? There's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, Air Forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamoire lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant Lamoire to the witness stand.
I suppose there is a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamoire.
Yes. He says, Maki Tobai, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for this courtroom. Not that we really needed an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far, so good. Sorry, I was taking a breath.
Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honor?
Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
I wanted to testify about. I hadn't thought that far yet. Apollo, are you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me, a moment, if I might speak.
Yes, Lamoire.
Just now, Maki said there's something about which he wishes to testify. Maki wants to testify about something? What could it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please. This suspense is killing me. What? What? What?
Well, Lamoire.
According to Maki, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise.
Yahoo! Victory, Apollo, we did it! This sounded too good to believe. I don't know what that usually means.
If that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lamoire, I mean, Maki. Please testify to the court.
Very well. Proof of innocence. It says that word of Mr. Latouse's death came as a great shock. But if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand me.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics of the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wondered what he meant by proof, why he would only have to ask Lamoire to know the meaning of that song. Or did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. As my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead, she might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday, it'll work today.
I can see his eyes, that's kind of cool. All I can see are his eyes.
Gotcha!
Maki, you can't fool my eyes.
You glanced toward her the very moment Lamoire said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Maki, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Maki says this.
I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Yeah, but... I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Okay, well then explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
Which doesn't mention the lyrics. Yeah, nice one. The newspaper?
Or getting a daily bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They've already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right. What's that supposed to be on his hair? Like a little crescent? Like a little wings or something?
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they're quite fierce all of a sudden.
Monkey's lying. It's time to show them proof that he's lying. Well, this one's easy. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about this case. Could you read this for me, Maki? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Maki. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper.
Oh, what does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes.
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Maki says... He says...
Yes.
It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What?
Is this true, Lamoire?
Yes, I'm afraid I have forgotten it myself.
Then it looks like F4 has been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No, it's on to something, I know it. Can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Apollo? I want to save. I'm going to keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack. Or else. The bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness?
I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
I want to look at him first. Okay, so maybe she's lying. Okay, if you hear noise in the background, my mom fell. I wasn't using it. My landlords are mowing, so pretend you don't hear it if you can. And she's swallowing again.
Gotcha!
That's your tick.
Lamar. I'm currently cross-examining Maki. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there's little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamar, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lamar, you're protecting... They wouldn't be asking me this if it was just as simple as Maki himself, right? The only other person I can think of is Lettuce. Lamar, you are protecting Maki. That's why you lied and told us that you would explain how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Maki, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lamar lying on your behalf. If this is going to work, you have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Witness, this is true. Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamar.
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
Lass, this is Lass.
Maki, did you tell us what really happened?
No, shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those two gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either.
I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which will be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice.
Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Paula? Was it you and... Yeah, you and... So when Maki went into the dressing room, Mr. Lettuce had already been shot. Then we came to the door.
Panel high up. I take off. Run away. Run away.
So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
No shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe.
The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
This clammed up Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait, of course there is. Oh, the cocoon, huh? That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Monkey, please tell us the truth for your own sake. No more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust there, Forehead. You're the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defendant and the defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value, should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Damn. Believe. I know shooting. He claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice. Heard gunshots? Yes, it's true. I hear revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true. So you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots? And you escaped through the air vent? I know. What do you know? I know if I open the vent, I can leave stage backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? He's right, look, Apollo. Yeah. How'd you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Aki didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's going to go over well in court. Not! Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So what do we do? You sure you won't testify, Monkey? No talking. No. Well, it's worth a shot. That cocoon. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Maki won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Alright.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk.
Very well. So will he testify?
Your Honor, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. Here, I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. Defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor.
A different angle?
If Maki won't testify, then I know who will. I'd like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamoire.
Objection!
What
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that her testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... She was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honor.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted her dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself.
What?
I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin? Why would anyone be out to kill her? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yes, someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think?
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in her testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lamar was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamar's testimony once more.
I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Monkey is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots in the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darien Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness will be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. What I heard. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them. Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone. I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I'm sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lamar was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trixie? Apollo? You know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness.
That's new. Why didn't you tell someone immediately? Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens.
Maybe beside the point, but Lamar isn't a citizen. No one would hope such common sense prevails in Borginia as well. She's sweating. She seems awfully quiet all of a sudden. That's strange. Could you be hiding something? It is as you say, yet at the time... You were in a hurry. To go where? I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said. Why are you in such a hurry, then? Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case. It very well might. Please answer the question. You all right, Lamar? Yes, I'm just tired. Recall what I told you yesterday, Airforehead. Lamar suffers from serious amnesia. If
please refrain from traumatizing her further. What, so he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason had a connection with the case before asking about it, yeah?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot. Mr. Justice, please continue with your cross-examination.
My mom was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden here. Maybe there's some detail we're missing. I guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks. Right. Is something wrong? I know I said hold it, but she's saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice,
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is a shining example there, Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard it. If the window at the scene was closed, is that why? Of course. Oh, if we keep asking the same questions yesterday, we won't get anywhere. He's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try.
Give me a second.
What were they talking about? You by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. The whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be the clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter then, Darian Crescent.
But what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch, now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure, I'd be delighted. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? From the small window, I heard a voice say, "Press the switch now." Well, it would be this, then, right? And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice. Yes, I'm sure of it.
It's over, press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche?
Apollo. Murder weapon. The revolver was Mr. Latouche's, right? Yeah, what of it? Well, maybe when he said, "Press the switch," he really meant to say "pull the trigger," because his English isn't so good. Darian Crescent is a native speaker. Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what. Press the switch. That's not something a killer usually says to their victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective. Have I pressed this testimony yet? There were 2 gunshots? Yes, I heard 2. One after the other. That fits with the bullet holes at the scene. There's no new here to pick up. It's not a contradiction, but I think I know what she's talking about.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? If there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. It just so happens I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage.
Well, the concert was held, yes. evidence is found hidden there, on the stage.
Are you claiming that the voice Lamoire heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch?
It's a possibility. Well, therefore, Head, I'd call that an impossibility. Remember, I think we found it in the piano, right? Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert form. The stage is quite far from Lamoire's dressing room, not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of a concert on said stage. They are known for being a quiet band. You can shout all you want, not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Airforehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me. You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Is this easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room? Prosecutor Gavin? Perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's...
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
Communications device?
From what I've heard, that night everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members.
We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. And Marcel was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert form. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet.
That can't be! So when Lamoire heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage?
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on stage after the fact. It's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch, anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo! We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That's...
That what? Is this another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. The phone looks like this.
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying the switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you.
Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected.
If my whiskers had caught up fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're
talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Was that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, we got it in Bourguignon from Lamoire. He said the sound was amazing. Before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Their forehead? Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamoire, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? Seems pretty simple to me. Air forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
His simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this, indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Ah, that's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamoire's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two were utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that?
What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
It's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is it specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Maki was in that dressing room at that time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote trigger igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can only draw one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What?
Order, order, order! But that goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honor?
This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes?
He's right. Look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? An awful lot of trouble to go through. Little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics.
Saying the order was reversed on purpose? Reverse, Prosecutor Gavin?
If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. But Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. Try and follow the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way.
Order, order, order! That would explain this most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second.
was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics to my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Air Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lamar have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lamar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. The crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime. That window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamar heard the voice?
A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you got one more thing to prove and one thing only. Lamar heard a voice. She heard it during the second set. Hey, how is Lamar able to hear the voice? She has divine hearing. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be a Borginian dude. As I was saying, Lamar could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
Oh, what's this?
You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Air Forehead? Lamar clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. There's only one small window at that scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is?
Oh, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lamar heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Lamar heard the voice from here. This is where Lamar heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lamar was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Air Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lamar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her, of course. Explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamar? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit, it's had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. God damn. The problem here is words. Lamar, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
What? Order, order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's what you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact, I was. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Above the ceiling. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you said you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Above the ceiling. You heard the gunshots during the second set, during your performance. You're quite sure. Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Maki was not the killer. I told you this many times. Yes, you did. But you never told us why. I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it. Unable or unwilling? She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do? Just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. If I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it. How are we going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling, too. Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Oh, I didn't mean to hit the share button. I was trying to hit L1. Exactly who bound you to secrecy? I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It was just a name, after all. It was Valet Grammari. Perhaps you know him?
Valet Grammari? What?
You mean Uncle Valent?
What? Valet Grammari? Who's Valet Grammari?
The blind magician, the one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert. Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. I'm always bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there. Now to prove it. I didn't mean to press again. God damn it. See, that's how the magic group performed. She went in events to go from one part of the stage to the other. Lamar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video.
As we can see, Lamar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Oh,
Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time, she moved to the back of the forum. Hello? What, Truzy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice.
this is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There is only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Aha.
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum.
Aha!
Recall Lamar's testimony from yesterday.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lamar knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew.
What?
Just now in the lobby, Maki told me something. I know if I open the vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
Said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of the magician's life, you know, which is why he bound Lamar to secrecy. Well, Lamar, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Maki was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you use this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well. Mr. Justice?
Yes. I hate the fucking autoplay as a touchpad. There should be like R3 or something.
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamar was able to teleport like she did.
Give me a second. Foggy glasses. I'll be getting another pair pretty soon. These are a little bit old. I'm going to buy them with that anti-fog protection on it, but it's probably a scam if I want to work. I'm not blind without them, but my vision is only getting worse. So if I'm going to play for an extended period of time, I do kind of need this. Okay.
Well, I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
How do I get picked on? Lamar isn't going along with the program here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would, please.
Right. Like a student before finals. Like Apollo. Big illusion. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much hope that the judge would come up with something. That's just my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamar is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. But tell me, not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. You're supposed to be on my side here. Let me pull it up. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to watch this anyway, but... I think I know what it is, but I don't know how to prove it. Two minutes. Yes, be done in 1 minute if you are running. Running? In that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit makes no difference to me. Ah, that's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lamar disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video.
Oh, well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
God. Ugh. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. Alright, I'll watch a little more. I'll be right back, and I will tell you what I think. I promise I'm not looking up the answers. The only thing I can think of is, at one point, because I have played this before, it's just been like a decade, right when she says pleasure, pleasure, she only says it once in the video. I think you can hear a loud sound like a gunshot when she says the first word. And, you know, you can see his guitar, like, you can see the fire start, like, before it
completely engulfs in flame. So I guess the only thing that's present there is that someone else is pretending to be her on stage, and that's only her at the end of it. I can't really think of anything else other than that. If it's not the video itself, I'm going to have to do a lot more.
Aha, so this is it. The magical key to unlocking this illusion's dark secret. Tell us how it works. Quickly, I can't bear the suspense.
I was kind of hoping someone else would jump in at this point. Well, you see, Judge, I do hate to spoil the mood, but I haven't the faintest idea what he's talking about, and neither does he. I'm a little confused too there, Apollo. Right, by which I conclude that I was wrong. Better luck next time, Pollywog.
Mr. Justice, I'm holding you responsible for spoiling my mood.
Was that a tear I just saw in the judge's eye? Alright, nothing to do but rethink this thing. The key's in the video somewhere, I'm sure of it. Yeah, I just have to prove, like, what specifically is the contradiction. The contradiction between Lamoire's testimony and the video, unraveling an illusion, can't be so different from solving a normal case, right? Sorry, Apollo, I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces. Fine, fine. How did you proceed along this route?
How? Why, I walked. But you arrived behind the form much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lamoire. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Oh, what a novel idea. I like it. It's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad. Ah, yes, life of the dumb attorney, I don't mind. I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space. If it wasn't a vehicle, what was it?
Had me going for a while then, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part?
I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis. So not many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there... So when you came back out, you were behind the audience. Yes, that is how it worked. Not a bad show, if I do say so myself. That's Uncle Valet for you, the old grammar eye touch.
On the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How was that possible?
That's the part I don't get either. Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds. And it was Darian's voice you heard. Yes, I'm certain it was him. Matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours to work on this illusion first. Hold on, I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you?
Important Smartits! Objection overruled! Tell us about the illusion!
No, he's trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo. Well, trying to avoid the problem is the murder trial. The killer's the problem.
We have to watch the video again. Okay, real quick. She disappears in the video for 20 seconds. She made the trip in 2 minutes. So that's at the beginning. That's got to be like not her then, right? See right there, the guitar, you know, the igniter switch went off. So yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there. That just must not be her. Like a model or an imposter or something. I guess that's on string or something. It seems like that's actually her. What happens if I say there's no evidence? What kind of evidence could prove that?
What's your professional opinion about this one, Tracy? Sorry, I don't work in evidence. And I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud. Really? I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this. Thanks, that makes me feel oh so much better.
I don't know about all of you, but I find this mystery fascinating, and I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. The defense will continue with the cross-examination until we have some answers.
Easier said than done. So that's the only way to continue.
I feel like we would have run out of health trying to explain this. It has to be present evidence. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony. This is really confusing. Let me watch it again. She's missing her brooch. Lamoire, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. I was thinking too far ahead, I suppose. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
That took a bit later.
What? The brooch, it's gone!
What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in this short space of 20 seconds, and it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamoire we see before the vanishing act and the Lamoire we see after are two different people.
What?
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoire, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did.
Order. Prosecutor Gavin.
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case there, Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
Oh, what?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lamoire was replaced.
Oh, while we're on the subject, just who was this replacement for Lamoire?
Why, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Grammarine. Wow, that's impressive. This Grammarine? That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lamoire is still singing. And she's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. We're just playing a recording. The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoire? Very well.
Yes. Do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing, even while I moved. You were singing? Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
But if you were singing while you were walking...
That's right, wouldn't the shooter and the victim have heard? You're singing right over their heads, after all. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. An old speaker, Apollo. Speaker? A speaker was blaring at the same time of the murder. Yeah. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamoire singing in the ceiling sounded just like Lamoire singing over the speaker.
Genius! Her voice was hidden by her voice!
Lamoire? I have just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse.
I pointed that out. She only said pleasure once.
So not many would notice.
Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it?
The mixing? Huh? That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks?
Oh, this. I'd completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. Some vocals, bass, piano, and the drums. Right, that's where it happened. The song does stop there.
It does. I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoire's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
Oh, what's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. It is entirely based upon Lamoire's testimony.
Yes, is there a problem with this?
It's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she's lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man, you don't mean...
Yes. Though he is a friend and band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
As someone with a new perspective on the case.
And the suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice.
This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well, court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Ooh, another break. Okay, I'll make this one very brief, like not even 5 minutes. It may be a tad longer than I anticipated, but I'm 99% sure this is the last chapter. Either way, I'm going to play until it's over. Let's do this. Paulo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act? And right in the middle of Lamar's performance? The reason why she was in that air vent and that switch playing the guitar, when you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Daddy! Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought I'd make a cooler entrance and say hiya. Why'd I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You've been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed. Well, what if you're shot too, Daddy? What'd I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while. You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. I'll get Maki Tabaye off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darian Crescent. Won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. Current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? The case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that our Diva Divine is telling the truth. What about all the proof? The brooch and the switch, a piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder? There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you like the definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if the sultry songstress is lying, your case smells like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky. Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here is meant for me. Well, here it is. Those, Daddy. They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder. Probably a firecracker or something similar like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime, actually. Under the sofa? Hey, Apollo, that's where we found that little device thingy. Right, this. Oh, finally, the evidence that makes sense. Burnt fragments after the court record. Found at the crime scene, buried gunpowder residue, possibly a firecracker. That's all from me, I suppose. We have the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darian Crescent's lighter and set it off. We walked out the door, just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods? What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. Almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. A little over 6 hours. Not too bad.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darian was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know. Forehead.
Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent.
Darian, doesn't matter. Same thing. Name and occupation, please.
Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division for those of you who didn't know. And I'm the guitarist for the Gaviners.
Maybe you've heard of us.
You fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today.
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian. And don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. Impressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamoire's testimony, if, in fact, you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borginia. Wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out the window, huh? There goes nothing. Darian's rebuttal.
The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots. As if. Did Detective Emma Skye hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lamoire's testimony was a lie? Don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing trying to protect that kid. She's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind. You go too far, Darian. All I'm saying is you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Skye? I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Hey, you didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lamoire's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
Actually, I was there too. So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? Gunshots? Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you. I guess you and Lamoire got the same excuse then. We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots. Maki heard them too. Remember he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them? How do we figure out just what those gunshots during the third set were? He's pretty eager to paint Lamoire as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. So what do? I've got a few ideas. I just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did.
I'll press everything first and go from there. You don't have any proof she was lying.
Oh yeah, kid? You saying I lied? No, I'm just saying, oh, glare back at him. I couldn't help it, I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent? Yeah, what do you want? Nothing. Apollo, chin up, back straight, you're wilting. This guy's hard as nails. He makes Walkie look downright cooperative. There's no way the diva remembers my voice. You never talked to her even though you were playing in the same concert? Not a word, as far as I can recall. But weren't there planning sessions or something? Gavin took care of all that himself. Darian wasn't involved in any of the meetings. Ugh. Just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that. Lamoire's hearing is very sensitive. I could remember him if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. And I need proof.
We know she missed the word. The mixing board proved it.
Oh, yeah, there was a mistake, but blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse. What do you mean? The mixing board proves what? It proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins a story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time. Darian, watch what you say. Lamoire's an artist. She just flubbed it up. It's a small accusation for a performer of her caliber. She got to you too, alright. I can see it in your eyes.
I tell you, most of her stuff's so pretentious it's way over my head. Detecting a rift in the Gaviner's ranks. Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I'd go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick. And that could have been what the shooter wanted us to think. I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room. Back to relying on Lammar's testimony. As much as I'm enjoying the Darian and Forehead show, there's no need for such tempers. Don't make us into some comedy duo. If this means the Gavin and Darian show's canceled, neither of your claims can be proven or disproved. We could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
New facts, huh? Is that what we're trying to say? Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope!
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. How did Gavin know about this? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers ready to go off by remote control.
You got an active imagination, don't you? You shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a little bit too convenient to me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off, right when two witnesses came walking by? Ha!
That's right. I was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know when someone was backstage right now?
The firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man?
Ugh! How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness, and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Gee, thanks, man. That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset. The kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Air Forehead. I have a question for you. Huh? For me? The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were fake. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half? Look, I'll just tell them. We want you to prove things went down in the second act while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed. If you can't prove that, to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set?
Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven.
Make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness, your testimony, if you would.
Oh, this isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? Because I am. The shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. I would have pressed him just to be a dick. But the gunshots heard during the third set could have been... What, some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. The gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, Lamoire said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion when she was up above the ceiling. When she forgot the words of the song, yeah. If you can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics, we're home free, I think. True. Not easy, but true. There's some way to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me?
Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examination, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. Sorry. Let me take a quick look at the court record. So, the game didn't really mention this. I just remember it when I originally played, but this is no longer the mixing board for the rock song that they played during the third set. This is the ballad during the second set. Otherwise, I was going to say the video, where it's almost inaudible. You can hear her flub a little bit. I'm going to turn the metronome off. There's something you'll hear in one track. Might be more audible in another. Loud bass. It's audible in all the tracks, but the best way you can hear it is through the vocals. Hear that?
Objection!
Maybe the mixing board did say it was updated, but I don't recall that happening. It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lamoire's song. Her song?
What exactly is this device thingy? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps?
Come on, we just use this. Don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Part?
With the sliders to adjust the volume, each instrument is adjustable separately. Lamoire's voice included.
Oh, what's smooth?
According to Lamoire's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words of the song. Ah, you intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Huh, ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We were all wearing these headsets. Oh, we were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lamoire's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same.
Let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now.
Lamoire stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot, I'll find the gunshots. Oh, it's easy. It's part 1 of the second section. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lamoire's vocals. There it is.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What?
This has to be some kind of mistake. Oh god, that hair. I believe a case has been made. Give me 1 second. I mean, like, literally 1 second. I forgot to take my meds. Or one of them, at least. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lamar's testimony was true.
Order. So she was telling the truth about what she heard.
Just after that, there was a gunshot and the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
Lamar was moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent, once again I'm reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Air Forehead? I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you, and I know how you play. You're better than that.
Yeah, well, You what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. Kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, his plane was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent.
I'm a trained police officer, you know. I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. Standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon. Much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Oh, well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent!
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey, you, attorney. Me? Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on the tape that could be anything. You have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a .45 caliber kickback. I wait for this case, Gavin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that man, and that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
A new statement. Proof of innocence. Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, Is it the case that Mr. Latouche had not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes. Not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great, now I need to find a motive. So he's using this motive question as ammunition. I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Well, I don't see where the obvious piece of proof is. Let me press for more information. Our manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was... Oh, right, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he? I just have trouble picturing that big lug as an undercover cop, dig? And not a very good one, seeing how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. But that's the same for Maki. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he traveled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive of his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Darian, you're a detective with international affairs. Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latouche's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. Huh? Or don't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent.
That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international... See, me and Blaine's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences there, Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. That sounds like the one to present evidence to, but I don't know what yet. So you didn't fraternize with them at all during the concert? Fraternize? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone would want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. So you see... Sure about that? What?
What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you.
Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. Did he have that on him, or did Monkey? I don't remember. I got possibly manager. That's not it. Oh, that's because he had the keys. I got a possibly no manager, but I didn't know why we would go. Shit. It's got to be him knowing the Chief Justice's son and wanting a cure, right? Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that color.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Borginia. Nowhere else.
All right, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche. Does it?
It does. Wait, I think it does.
You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon? Is this one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently, it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Borginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently, it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy for the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite a commotion in the global community, though the media was kept largely unaware.
Intriguing.
All this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one originally enforced by Interpol, among others. Yeah, there wasn't a direct tie between Guardian and this, but it's the only thing that makes sense because of this.
Interpol?
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager, he was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Also, I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. Totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
Cocoon smuggling. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market, too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in International Affairs, I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think of the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of statements, but duly noted.
According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. I was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. The replica has to be the key to his motive. There's gotta be a way to find out what he was up to. I'll just have to press everything again. That memo. That's how you knew about the cocoon. Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now. You had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I'd never heard of them.
Well, Lamar knew about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah. But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol, too, for that matter. Yeah. So there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche. All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that... Dangerous? Yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself. Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up prices? Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother would want a piece of that action. They turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection. Maybe we could get them to cut his hair, too. Who's on trial here again? Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market. And that's a bad thing. Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff. Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system. Okay, you can say what you want about me, but back off international affairs. There ain't no loophole, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts? That wasn't what I was trying to, Now, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol, and Borginian customs are all watching. See, we know what we're doing. I like some keeping little doggies that lap up every word that demon says. Why, I oughta... Oughta what? You want some of this? Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah? Screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick. It has to do something with this, right? Like, when you have a cure for the Chief Justice's son, why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why so to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article, that's about the Chief Justice's...
A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease, a cure for incuritis.
Curitis. I heard of that somewhere.
We witnessed a victim of the disease this morning.
Aha! Why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contacted the Chief Justice.
You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescent's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. Very cowardly seller.
Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice? Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you forget one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Borginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Borginian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Cocoon possession will get you arrested on the spot and sentenced to death. Hey man, if there's a way to get cocoons out of there, I'd sure like to know. Oh! This is kind of a leap, but I'm going to press for more information, but they said this guitar was like vacuum sealed from Borginia and not sent through normal air travel. It could have been hidden in there. So how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. I do recall it being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them.
That's right, Gavin was in Borginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. There's a travel tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glimmerous fop. That's pretty extreme. Borginia has its rep as an idyllic, laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Borginia is a peaceful, pleasant country, so this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling ops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich.
I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course.
I wait for our judicial system. Okay.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
But what is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor? I don't believe it.
Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. Believe it! What was it you told me yesterday about your office? Or at your office? The scent from Borghini was the only clue, but I remember him having that conversation. I was wondering what was the relevance. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched? Why? The guitar was wrapped in several sheets and vacuum packed in Borginia. The pack was untouched until the day of my concert. Are you saying that guitar was with cocoons this small? It would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Borginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, forehead. Were they trying to eliminate the evidence afterward?
An igniter.
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You mean... He means this, of course.
Oh!
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. That's alliteration. And who better to do that than with someone with access? Like a member of the band. Yo!
Order, order, order! Shoot the igniter.
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. Oh, that too.
A precaution.
And forehead, at last, it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lamore's ballad, if you please. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. Smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. And the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Oh,
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. Telfer pressed the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, but the cocoon was lost. It was technically destroying evidence. And then, Mr. Latouche died, with Lamoire there to witness it. So there's your case.
brilliant, man. Detective Crescent.
Gotta know, make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes a great deal of sense. Darian.
Republic of Bourguignon.
Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How'd I hide the cocoon in the first place, huh? It's not so hard to imagine. You got help. A Bourguignon accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamoire heard proves it. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it. Coup de grace. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped them.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say. But be warned, with a great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Probably the only one who was playing the piano that the switch was found in, and that was dragged away by Darian the second we started to question him. There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Maki Tobaye.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client!
A defense attorney accusing his own client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I'm here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed, the defendant is Bourguignon. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was, in fact, Lamoire?
It couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor.
Electronic signals?
Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lamoire was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lamoire still could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lamoire stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lamoire's position in the air vent.
Oh!
Well, Detective Preston, what do you say to that? Your Honor.
Yes, Detective?
Can we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad, Punk. Punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now Punk. Losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly are we supposed to see in this video?
Problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians, after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the wee pianist to set off that igniter. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, then take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano?
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem. And you still don't get it? Yeah. How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva. And well, according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? The accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Piano plays non-stop. Couldn't have pressed that switch.
Well, Mr. Justice. The piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... Strange. But what's strange? No, it's just something's odd about the performance there. Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Maki Tobias didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is.
Everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here are some facts for you. Gavin's guitar's on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story's full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Maki Tobias the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Apollo, if Maki's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that. It has to be him. He's the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch. You better find a way to prove it. What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Wait a second. What, you thought of something? What was Gavin saying just now? Well, we found it lodged in the piano between the keys, right? So you would just have to hit a certain note or chord, and then the switch would go off, right? Let me pull the video up. I gotta find the exact part. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice?
Like, did he hit a weird chord? It didn't sound all that weird to me. I'm not that talented musician. I don't know much about music theory, so...
May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove Maki Tobai press that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Maki Tobai press that switch?
I could prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. And this prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Forehead, you're sure about this?
Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch?
It's like the second half of the second section. Okay. Give me a second. The only thing that's odd is that he keeps on playing, right? Because my theory is that if the switch is between the keys, he just has to hit a certain key. Okay. I gotta listen to it again. He stops for a second, like right before. Right? That's what's weird. Let me do this again. Dun, 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 dun. That's what he does before the second section, or the second half. This second section coming up is a repeat. So let's listen to what he does in the second half. Yeah, so they're going do 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 do. He just goes dun dun. That to me implies it's only his left hand playing at that point. I'm presenting this. The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar bursts into flame. Mm-hmm.
I hear a piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kind of simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Maki could have played that part with one hand? I got it.
One hand?
He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other.
What, so you're some kind of piano savant?
Actually, no.
What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Ugh.
Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he... Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that if he had three hands.
So sorry. So sad for you.
No, not really.
Uh-huh.
That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way.
How are you going to prove that he played with one hand or two? You can't.
I admit it will be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song.
No, no way. Well, let's see if we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves that the defendant was playing with one hand. Or right before the guitar burst into flame.
Maki was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. And one section of the song proves it. The first time he played it. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, Air Forehead.
Realized what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
Man, how many times do we have to listen to the same thing?
You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
Guitar bursts into flame at the end of the second verse. Listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Say verse 2 again.
There, did you hear that?
They feel the same, true. But they're clearly very different.
What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure.
What's that prove?
I would think you'd know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man.
So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had them play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background.
Wow.
That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Maki changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
Oh! Order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin.
Yes, quite. Well, personally, this comes with a terrible disappointment. What, no comeback? I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when you're so happy. Tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed in you, Air Forehead. Huh? Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. Facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. But the facts, anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But
1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. Let's not see Mr. Defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think if he did, he would have already seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present, this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? Truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it?
What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. Be aware that it'll be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. I don't know what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press it further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in this guy. Something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this dead weight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh? Did you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning.
What?
Fine, kind Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? And this igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Got a forehead? You are accusing this man, Darian Crescent, of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Latus and the smuggling of a Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment its cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this really is my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Fuck! Fuck! Let me look at my history. Here, I'll save. Ugh, good stretch. Stretching. I have an inkling, but not much more. He's saying the key that will take apart his plan. This hasn't been brought up, like, once, I don't think. He was holding it in his hands. Found in the victim's left hand. Holds keys to a guitar case. The case... Because if you remember, he said his keys were stolen. And he had to break open the guitar. Because the cocoon was in it. So... the keys were stolen, and he had to kill that man. The only other thing I think if that don't work is, like, force him to testify, but he won't, so... Defense is prepared to show the court evidence.
Be my guest. Be all of our guests, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence supporting your accusations against Darian Crescent. This is your igniter.
So exactly how am I supposed to react to that? Oh, he's not flustered at all. I picked a dud. I'm afraid your poetic tale ended up to be mere fantasy.
Reality bites, Mr. Justice. Penalty!
Ow, ow, ow. I don't know what else to do. You two don't shut me down. So you think there's some kind of firecracker? Yeah, or one of those noisemakers like you shoot off on New Year's. You know that in China they use firecrackers on New Year's to scare off evil? But it's kind of the same thing. Really? I had no idea. But did you know this? It takes more than 500 peanuts to make one 12-ounce jar of peanut butter. That's my suspect that's something to do with the evidence. They keep saying igniter, 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 igniter. But how would that prove anything? Let me think. We've already looked at this. Oh shit, oh Jesus. Don't tell me I have to look this up. The way the dialogue's going is that you didn't mention lyrics of my one ballad. The thing he wrote down in blood, that was his, it was his ID number, like not, it had nothing to do with Darian, right? It was, the two wrote his own ID number down, if I'm not mistaken. Give me a second.
Do I call a witness and have it be Maki?
The igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
So what is? It's true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it. Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is the person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt?
What came to me is that one of the things he told me was that, you know, he came into the room to see he was already dead. And he said, he goes, oh, I heard another gunshot. And, you know, I fucking ran up the ladder, up the vent. So I was like, oh God, I'm in danger or something, right? If that ain't it, I've got to look it up. I genuinely have no fucking idea.
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Maki Tobai. Your client, again? Maki Tobias was an accomplice of the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon will leave a particular residue, a residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt-out guitar. Ah, very scientific of you. Thus, if Maki Tobias acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borginian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not? The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death, by Borginian law. Ah, yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Maki doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Maki admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. Ugh. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure the news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginia cocoon. Yeah, but... But if Maki doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. It's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Maki Tobias. Cocoon smuggling, your entire plan, Maki Tobias knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him. And that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. Don't worry then. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made of cookies or no? A house made of pianos. Come on. Please. No, Dad! Darian, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. Oh, he's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though. Have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk? You'll tell this court everything?
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I knew. From the beginning, I knew. Maki. Situation I cannot explain, but money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
It become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Maki Tobaye,
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well, this court finds the defendant Maki Tobaye not guilty.
Oh. It only took, what, 8 hours?
Court is adjourned.
July 10th, 4:42 p.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2.
I wonder what'll happen to Maki. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Bulgaria. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well.
Daddy!
I owe you both my thanks. Is something wrong? I'm sorry, Maki was your partner on stage. Your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. He must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage? I'm considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
Think you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Memoir lost her sight due to some kind of accident.
Accident? As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that, if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed your mind? Hearing your defense there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
As the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Paint? That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise.
Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemoir.
Well, you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I needed to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, your secret. I hope that we will meet again someday soon.
You bet, me too.
So, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit.
Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end. Christ almighty, that all wrapped up quickly at the end. I don't know how I feel about everything being so tight and like quickly and out of nowhere. That being said, the logic was pretty sound. I liked hearing the little music tracks be separated, and it felt like the difficulty was ramping up pretty sufficiently. I didn't make too many mistakes. Overall, not a bad case, but again, I'm just not a big fan of this particular game, so the next case is going to be so fucking long, I don't know if I can finish it one stream. If I do, it'll have to be like, you know, next weekend. Tomorrow, is another free day for me. So I might do the Bubsy collection, but I might not. I've got stuff to do in the morning, so we'll see how much time I have left. But until then, that's episode 3. Fuck me. Assuming YouTube didn't end the stream prematurely. It's been nice talking to you all. I gotta go to bed.